Hello, all of you beautiful beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and this is DevTales, as well as an Marten stream. We've got Conrade there in the bottom left. I'm going to be working on Scar stuff in the top right. And in the upper left, we've got Duck Game. Because we like to have the ducks. It is soothing to behold the ducks. Behold the ducks. Love the ducks. Praise the ducks. Worship the ducks. Quack for me, Ren. Quack. Good boy.
Not how it works, Phils.
Oh, there's a Joker dog also somewhere there.
There are a lot of ducks. There's 130 ducks.
Amazing. Also, Ren, what is that new talkie? What do you got TF into?
A Shiba.
Oh, cute.
Yeah, that happened last night. I was doing Sea of Thieves. And it's like, you know, this one's kind of close enough to Ren's color palette. We'll do that one.
Ah, fair. Shiba Inus are cute.
They are. But then again, Ren is already cute, so it fits.
It does
Very
fit.
true.
And Ido, thank you so very much for that tip. By the way, guys, we do have some new TF talkies going today. I'm not going to tell you who or where, but you guys can find them. At least providing they actually work. I think it broke.
Oh,
no.
When doesn't it break?
Ah, that's what's wrong. Okay.
Oh,
So it does require that. Got it.
Just let you know, if I don't speak for a while, it's because I'm in the cutscenes and I'm about to fight the final boss right now.
Oh, the final boss
Okay.
of this area.
Yep.
Enjoy yourself.
Okay, well, I fixed that, so here's what would have been the outcome there. Alright, so first things first, I'm gonna finish going through the updates for this month because, well, I was supposed to post them several days ago and did not get to that.
Oof.
Hello there, Shadow Wolf.
I can see why people love this game so much.
It's a good game. Most of the Tales games are. Even the lower quality ones are still have their own merits in their own right, in my opinion.
Are you guys really, Oh, I see, I see.
Wait, what's happening?
Oh, I thought they were really surprised that Rex would make a comment like that, but then I realized, oh. So it looks like Acarel is going to be a noble steed. At least for about 5 seconds before whoever tries to ride him gets killed.
Yes, pretty much. Aquarel was quite the biz in yesterday's session. And the funny thing is that I don't whatchamacallit, Ido admitted to me that he hasn't been updated Aquarel since the beginning, so he still has a bunch of XP that he hasn't used up. So he could have been even better.
I mean, that's fair, but he's still stronger than Squirrel by a long shot.
Squirrel will get there someday. He's at the in the setting he's just basically in a party with a bunch of evolved Pokemon.
Oh, crap. Google Docs, work with me, please.
What's it doing?
Oh, just not letting me select what I want to highlight and dragging me all over the place.
Horrible.
I should probably highlight that a different color.
Sounds like a good idea.
Just considering that the default, or the color I normally use makes it disappear into the background.
Yeah, fair.
is not getting any action. He is swinging and missing and swinging and missing and swinging and missing.
Well, I mean, at least you're getting hit stun then.
Yep.
But
Yes, but still.
it was,
We literally
it was-
designed the hit stun mechanic so that way you would still be useful even if you swing and miss.
Hi, Key.
but Sim wants Scroll to do actual damage. Honestly, to be fair, the fact that we're doing damage at all is quite the accomplishment in and of itself. These two Smeagol's are BS.
Don't worry, they could be far worse.
I know, because they're considered bosses. Each of them could have a second turn by themselves if Digi really wanted to. He kind of went easy on us.
You guys haven't been letting them combo attack, so at least there's that.
That is true.
You should totally let them combo attack, see what happens. Zim, let them combo attack Squirrel to see how many health bars they kill.
I'm not sure if that's a good
You
idea.
still want Squirrel dead?
No,
thought
the
we
only
were
reason I'm saying that is
past
because I
this.
know Squirrel has a quad weakness to one of their moves. Or double weak, whatever you want to call it. I
That
know
already-
they have a fairy type attack.
That
Oh,
already
yes.
happened. Squirrel already lost his one reviver seed.
Oh, he got combo attacked with it?
No, only a
No,
single
just one.
We
Oh,
kind of
okay.
the brothers kind of got separated, and they haven't attempted to re-coordinate because we kind of got them into beginning to do the duel with some rules at the beginning of the thing. So they went for Burden first, but after Noah the remove phase lock on, Fi just decided to attack Burden by himself. And we kind of got them separated by just half of the party going after one and the other is just being kept busy by Burden. Burden actually survived one hit. He's not going to survive a second hit, but he has a reviver seed. Honestly, I really enjoyed the session yesterday. I'm looking forward to continuing it next Thursday.
I'm trying to think about if anyone else on the team has a quad weak to one of their moves that I can encourage to get hit by their combo just to see how devastating it'd be.
Well, Burden got to feel that when Bay changed his fire typing to ghost, so that he was quad weak to dark. Because Burden is fire psychic.
Technically, that should replace his psychic, not his fire, but...
Ah,
Because it's supposed to replace your secondary typing.
fair. Oh well.
Or at least by standard rules. They might just have something that lets them pick and choose.
Probably.
They're like late game characters, so I mean...
Yeah.
I got to see their character sheet because I was helping Digi with understanding the whole meld mechanic because you wanted them to be meld attackers.
Makes sense. I really enjoyed the pre-combat dialogue we had with them. It was mostly Elba speaking with it, but it was honestly rather engaging.
Nice. Glad to hear it.
Oh, nice, Key. Oh, right. That's probably why I'm not all here on this. I don't have my code red. Also, why am I still human?
Red alert. All hands to battle stations.
Joke.
В это время, когда проявления гона были особенно активными, нам приходилось запирать батю. А если сюда, нет, тоже нельзя. А открыть можно? Открыть можно? Не будешь нападать?
Да, открыть, да. Нет, Вадюша, знаешь, пока ты не успокоишься, мы тебя точно не откроем.
Это еще не самое худшее проявление, тому успокоимся.
I mean, I do have 2 new forms you guys can find and try out. Alright, patch notes from last month are finished.
Alright, what all did we even change last? Did you just
Like
send it
3
out, or did you
things.
just- Yeah.
And the new sheet.
Yeah, the new sheet, yeah. How did we change parries?
How do we change what?
Oh, I saw that you changed parry, so I wanted to see what you actually did to it. Because I know, like, I rambled about parry for a bit, but...
Basically I made it where it costs the action and you only get to parry either accuracy or damage.
I thought that already was. I thought that's how already. I thought that's already how it was.
Nah, because you use an action for it, you were originally able to do one of them without spending your reaction. Because it has an action cost to it.
Yeah.
You have to spend a standard action to initiate a parry.
Okay, fair.
But now it is an action and a reaction to actually parry.
Alright, I wanted to ask, what did you think about the thing that I wrote in ScarDev this morning?
Oh,
Oh, who did we lose?
Probably Werny.
Yeah,
I didn't even know Werny was in here, to be honest.
I saw his talk icon, but he didn't say anything.
No, you said she.
Okay.
As for that, one of the feats that I have planned is one that will give you several reactions per turn.
Alright. I don't know, it feels weird to get benefits on your turn for your initiative, which is why I was thinking about reactions for that instead, because it makes more sense, in my opinion, to be able to sacrifice some initiative in order to react to something.
I mean,
know
that
what I mean?
could be an option as well, but I personally feel like a actual... I personally feel that the... just be able to spend it on an action... Because, like, if you are going really fast, like, so far above the others, it's possible that you could get an extra attack in before they're able to react.
I just don't know about how it feels being able to use initiative on your turn for that. You know what I mean? Like that's just the part that I think is weird, is being able to spend your initiative on your turn for benefits.
That does not feel weird at all to me.
I don't know, maybe it's just because I think of initiative as, like, something that is more... that more affects things, like, not directly related to your turn, in my opinion, but that might just be me being weird.
Well, how about we do a feat tree for it? First feat, you can use it to... You can spend your initiative score for an additional reaction. Second feat, you can spend it on a standard action.
Maybe not standard, because that's basically giving yourself a free amped, but I'm definitely fine with swift action.
Well, it's not a free amped. Because, like, you're having to use moves to build your initiative up to that point.
Well, okay, let me be clear about that. You could get a move that both applies amped and increases your initiative. Which, if you could then convert the initiative into another stack of amped effectively, without also counting against your max amped stacks. You see where I'm going here with this?
Fair, fair. But we can also specify that you cannot use amped the same turn that you use the initiative. Ooh, I like Key's suggestion. Hold your turn, reducing your initiative by a certain amount. We'll set the amount. But doing so gives you an additional reaction/action at that point in the combat order. You might not actually change your space in the combat order, but if you do, then, you know, somebody else might have a turn before you get to do your additional action.
Well, that's how I thought we were saying it was going to work, where you would just spend your initiative, like literally the initiative points that you have to gain benefits.
Well,
that's
yeah.
what I thought we were talking about.
Well, yeah, but I was thinking it'd be on your turn. It's like, hey, I got 50 initiative score. I want to spend 20 of it for an extra action, and then you just take it. But we can make it where it's like, okay, you're at 50, you spend 20, now you're down at 30. And when that point of the combat order comes up is when you get to take that action.
Yeah. The thing that I'm considering still, though, is about the whole thing with initiative giving standard actions, is that is a highly what's the word for it? It's just because even if you can't take the amped stack in the same turn that you take your increased initiative like action, you're still gaining an amp stack for free, effectively.
How is it for free?
I'm saying effectively.
Not effectively. I want you to explain how it's for free. I do not understand where you're getting that it's for free.
Okay. Because under most circumstances with initiative order, it does affect if you get to deal damage first or second, but it will not affect things such as hit stun, your ability to go after opponents with hit stun, unless it's a boss. Like, it has a big cost if you're up against a boss, because that could, like, really mess with things that have 2 turns around.
But you're still spending... Like, amped... It's the same as adding amped. You're just, instead of adding amped, you're adding initiative scores onto your, You're adding the, speed buff. Or
I know,
whatever
but
it is.
the thing that I'm talking about is that this is us making it so that way people can gain 2 effectively 2 amped things per turn with 1 action again. Which is what I'm concerned about, because that's why we limited amped, saying that you can't gain more than 1 a turn for that reason. This would let you bypass that restriction by just gaining a pseudo amp stack in terms of initiative. It still lets you now get 2. Which is why I'm fine with it.
Wait, what? Golden Kappa train?
Slytherite just resubscribed for 24 months. 24 months of Zim streams. How time flies when you're duking and Razin loves.
Slitherite, thank you very much for that resub and your 24 months of support, your 2 years. And apparently we've got a very rare hype train here.
Oh wow, what the heck?
Good luck, Commander.
Nice.
We are forever in your debt.
Thank you for that gift sub there, Spooky. Let's get this hype train going then.
Hello, Commander.
Demon, thank you so much for those gift subs.
We are forever in your debt.
Also, apparently that is in front of this when it's not supposed to be, so I gotta fix this. Where is it?
Ooh.
That should work. Well, we're at level 3, guys, and oh hey, and we've got a sticker party. Ow! Thank you for those biddies, Slitherite. All stickers are free, everybody. Spam them. I don't think I've heard this particular song before. Ow! Thank you for the biddies, Ren. And there's a new level of hype, everybody. No, Shadow Wolf.
He Duffings cheered with 100 daily bitties. Razim loves.
Thank you for those biddies as well, Ido. And no, Shadow Wolf, which did not get stickers. Those are stream stickers, an extension that you can see on the, if you hover over the actual screen of the stream. You can slap those stickers on and actually place them specifically wherever you want. Raijin! Thank you for the biddies.
Razim loves, 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 Razim loves.
I did not know that this golden kappa trade was a thing. I don't know what this thing is, but let's get this as high as we can, guys. It's super rare? Oh, well that explains why I've never seen it before. Come on, guys. Can we get it any higher?
Hello, Commander.
Ooh, I know. Thank you so much for those gift subs.
We are forever in your debt.
Tell you guys what. You get us to level 7. And I will share some work in progress stuff that I got today. Nobody's seen them yet. Thank you for those biddies, Toshime.
Thank you, Tosh.
There's a new TF Talkie coming that I haven't shared any of these whips from yet. So, yeah.
Alright,
hello, Commander.
Tosha!
In response to your request, we have sent backup. Good luck, Commander.
Tosha May, thank you so much for those gift subs. And there's another level complete. One more level, guys. Actually, not even a full level here.
75% of a level, or 72.
And then I do the reveal.
Hello, Commander.
Thank you so much for those gift subs as well.
We are forever in your debt.
You guys are amazing. Thank you so very much.
In response to your request.
And there's level 7! Thank you so much, Slitherite. Oh, hey, Conrad got one of those gift subs. Nice. The deal has indeed been reached. Let me go ahead and bring these up. We'll make it the big screen for y'all. And this is when somebody just slams stickers on it to cover it up. Alright, so here is the first one. And the second. And the third. Yes, I'm getting a TF talkie from Kyrio.
How?
And of course, well, it's Kyrio. Gotta go with Raptor.
Indeed. Be my puppet on a string, I've had enough of you. Oh, dance, my little wren plaything. I think I surprised the weasel.
You did, Master, you did.
The audience is thirsty for fun. Time to run. 'Cause now your denouement has already begun. That means you're done. We could both be pirates on the sea. You'll swab the deck and play a part for me. Mops galore, you'd better keep it clean. Watch out now, my little friend, 'cause Shakespeare's looking mean. I've had enough of you, so time to be my puppet. On a string, I've had enough of you. Oh, dance, my little Muppet plaything. Tosha May, thank you so much for those 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Tosh.
A battle like no other. Better move, 'cause here's another. At least you'll get to see defeat in epic style. The audience is primed, each attack right on time. Seeing you entwined is so worthwhile. But why stop there at a lion, a bear? What's wrong, my petty chair? Why don't you smile? The final act is sure to be a theatrical plot twist worthy of a prize. Want a shot? You'd better be more tactical. Messing with Fun Tokyo is never wise. I've had enough of you, so won't you be my puppet? On a string, I've had enough of you. Oh, dance, my little Muppet plaything. I'm up to here with you. So, why don't you finally face it? Your fate is sealed, and everything you do is what I say. Starting now and every day, you'll be my puppet, learn to love it. Every word I say you'll covet. Start anew, stuck like glue. Bid your former self adieu, 'cause I've had enough of you.
I love that song. You actually sang it very well.
Well, thank you. Yeah, Toshibe, do take it easy. But thank you so much.
Steel yourself. We
Orca, thank you so much for that subscription. The banana emote? What banana emote?
Interesting. What happened, Ren?
It feels good beating the game.
Click the
you beat
Kappa
battle
train and you can see it. I don't see it myself, Toshime. Oh, I see what you're looking at. Holy crap.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get to that at any point, Toshime. Not for many years at the least.
I see.
Is that Pirate Software? I think. I have seen his the clips on YouTube and stuff. I haven't actually watched one of his streams because I ain't got time for that. "46 seconds left on the hype train, everybody! Can we get it higher?" And the Golden Kappa train is away! Thank you all so very much for your incredible support. 38 subscriptions, 3,541 biddies. Thank you all so very much. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody.
Alright.
Thank you so much.
So back to what I was saying. My concern with it was that with one action, you're able to get 2 additional actions. Which is the same reason that we made it so you could only gain 1 amp stack a turn no matter what. Was that in particular.
Okay. I think I'm okay with it.
I am not. I'm fine with it being a reaction. I'm fine with it being a bonus action. I am not fine with it being a standard action.
Alright. We can make it a quick action.
Allowing multiple sources that could give a standard
You
action.
already won. You can stop now.
But I like it when Talis plays himself.
Alright.
Another thing that I wanted to bring up, because we have been trying to balance it for a long-ass time. A fucking massive amount of time. And I think that we do have a good idea, finally, which is actually thanks to the whole weapon system thing, which is Fury probably should not be allowed to happen on a standard action attack. That should probably be quick action attacks. Because you know how light weapons are able to attack with Fury and all that?
Yes.
Alright. I think it's very reasonable to say that Fury should be limited to quick action level of, you know, quick action cost level things.
The only problem with that is affording it.
Yeah, but we could also reduce the cost of it a bit if we did this, because part of the reason it's so expensive is because otherwise it's just, like, super strong. So it would take up multiple action slot, or not action slots. It would take up multiple power cap because it is a power category move, so it takes up 2 power cap already. So, like, I do understand that we're gonna have to rebalance some things from it, but also, I feel like it's more thematic for Fury to be limited to quick actions. And also just better game balance-wise.
Okay. You know what? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, we can discount it if we want. We can absolutely discount it now. Because part of the reason it was so expensive is because we knew it was really fucking strong and we didn't have a good way of, you know.
However, it is going to need to cost the full... It's multi-attack, but it is only something that is quick action. Also, guys, everybody that got that golden kappa, go on over to... I want you all to go spam it in Rex's chat. Just go spam the golden kappa. No explanation. And somebody tell me what he's saying, because I can't hear him, but, just keep spamming it. And apparently he's responding by spamming the... Yeah.
So what full thing are you saying that it'll still cost?
So it'll still be a multi-attack maneuver.
Oh,
but
yeah.
it'll be
Yeah,
limited to only quick action versions of moves. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Especially because, you know, you're able to use lower cost actions in higher cost slots if you want. Because you'd almost never have a reason to do so, but, like, it's still a thing you could technically do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's just, you, like, basically never have a reason to do it.
A variable Fury move that's only Fury in its quick format? Yes. That will be the only exception to the, I don't think their name is, the name is Variety. I think it's, Dynamic, that's right. That'll be the only exception, at least right now, where, because normally with dynamic, yeah, if it's in the quick action, it has to be in the standard and then in the full. But it'll be an exception.
I mean, that can work pretty well, honestly.
But yeah, it'll be an exception, so you can have the Fury in the quick action version without it needing to be in the standard and full. Because you can't have it in those.
Yep.
I'm thinking...
We can always make the wording be so, like... Yeah, the wording itself doesn't matter. We know that that's the only real exception right now.
Yeah. We definitely want to discount it, though, because, yeah, having it the full cost means basically you'd have to get to nearly the end to actually have it.
Indeed.
Yeah. Literally, even to have it, you'd need to be at, like...
15.
What, like, 15, yeah?
You need to have 15, 15 stats to get the 90, so then you'd have 45 at quick action.
Alright. So, the other thing I wanted to go over with you is in the feats. Aaron and I came up with some companion feats yesterday.
Okay, I should get that open then?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I have it open, but I should have it up on my screen. I guess I should say.
They're at the bottom of the list right now.
Yep, all storyteller approval, which makes sense. Alright, give me a second to read this and think it over.
Alrighty. Hey there, Seda. And why are you saying Dart no? Oh, well, yeah, the dart duck is rock in the shape of a duck. That's why it's at the bottom of the pool. Both of them. Oh, wait, all three of them.
Okay. So it says they act on your turn can only act by using one of your standard actions, so it takes up for the trainee at least, you know. Important question. They get half the attributes and expertise / merits. Are they able to spend the attributes as they want, or do they get half of your attributes in your stats?
As they want.
As they want. Are they capable of using vigor and willpower?
I don't see why not.
Alright, does this then mean that the companions can, if they're assisting their, you know, their person, are they then able to use, like, you know, transfer over like normal? The, you know, soul, vigor, will, all of that?
I'm gonna say no.
No. Okay. So, I don't know what to call the person in charge of the companion.
The PC?
But yeah, sure. The PC cannot benefit from the companion's vigor, soul, and will.
Makes sense to me.
And they get their own feats.
Yes.
Okay. So there's no... They can have their own feats, specialties, skills, all of that. They just have a percentage of yours.
Correct. They're going to function very similar to full-fledged characters. It's just that they have less stats. And the vigor, willpower, etc.
Alright. So, but yeah, so they can use their stuff for their actions, but they can't pass it along so that way you can't basically have a vigor or will slave companion, you know?
Exactly.
Okay. Also, Seda, that is very Dart accurate. Dart being stuck at the bottom of water.
Dart sinks.
He does. You should totally take him for a swim. He will react only positively.
I don't know. We tried to cross a river and we spent about 6 hours trying to convince him to go across. Without swimming.
Shade offered to throw him. Maybe he would have gone a couple dozen feet.
Hello there, Florley. Welcome in.
Let me go ahead and see some of these other ones. Okay, Zim. Why are we putting chip damage immunity back in the game?
Can we focus on the companion stuff real quick?
Okay. Sorry, I was scrolling through the rest of them to see what else was there, and I saw that. Alright. So, half attributes, and... 50%. 75%. Alright, so they'll never be fully pure, but they can be near pure, and late game it won't matter that much.
Yeah.
Hit.
Honestly, I'm very wary about the 75%. Because, like, usually when you have a companion, they are very specialized. You know, they're combat, or they're a healer, or they are a researcher, blacksmith, whatever the case may be. They're a specialized individual that is traveling with you and helping out. They're not usually the kind of jack of all trades that a player is, so I'm very wary about that 75%. Like
what
having...
if... Okay, so here's something that might be neat. I see 5 levels of companion competency. Every skill can have up to 5 ranks. What if the maximum amount of ranks they can have in a skill is also based off of their competency?
I don't really want to do that simply because, like I said, they're usually very hyper-specialized. And limiting how many the dots they can put into a skill means that they can't be specialized because they are basically forced to be jacks of all trades.
Oh, okay. I thought you were taking that in the other direction, which is why I suggested that. Because I didn't know if you were talking about them being specialized in a good or a bad way. Alright, so...
No, them being specialized is good. It's the fact that, you know, letting them have 75% of the XP of a player character is like... That seems a bit much for what is an NPC companion.
Okay, important question. When it comes to skills, do they get, like, character creation rules starter skills?
That is not something I had considered before. I think we should probably come up with... I think they should have some, but not the same amount. They should be weaker than a player character, but I think they should have something to begin with.
Alright, so instead of, like, 3, 3, 3, 4, it could be, like, just 2s across the board?
Yeah, something like that.
Alright, so we're gonna have to come up with the specific rules for companion creation, but... the reason why I was asking is because since companions are usually hyper-specialized, they don't need to have nearly the amount of XP that a actual, like, player character does. So it could
which, for the record, these are some that you have to purchase per companion.
Okay, yeah, so this is per companion.
So, like, for Elva, he would need to purchase some of these twice. For Vex and Lap.
Yeah.
Alright. And these are going to be 25 a pop because they're feats, right?
Yes. I don't feel like the 75 should be the max, but I am also okay with it considering how much XP you'll need to spend to get them to that point. Yeah, and they also have to buy presents, that too.
If you're gonna have to buy 175% to have them at max capacity, they better be worth it.
Well, it's 125 XP to get them to master.
Yeah, that's what I said.
In order... Okay, so the thing that I'm thinking of is that if you... Just mathematically, for the companion. 75% total cost is 125 XP, assuming no discounts. Which means in order for you... For that to be worth it for you, like, in terms of between you and your companion having the same amount of XP, you only need to have 166, or I'll just say like 170 XP. Because 75%. Because, like, let's say instead of you getting medicine, instead you get a companion, get them to mastered companion, and let's say you already wanted to have presence. You know what? I'll factor in the presence cost as well, even just assuming that you didn't start with it. Like, let's say you tech into this later. Then you need about 270 XP. At that point, you would have 5 ranks in presence. You would have a mastered companion. So... I mean, by that point, the likelihood that you don't have at least 270 XP is pretty low. So XP wise, it makes sense if you do specialize them. Like, let's say you give them, like with this. Because then they'd have 150 XP. They could have 2 skills at max. Even if it was just like you had the exact amount. Do they get the 4 base power starting move?
Yeah, we will give them that.
Alright, so that automatically adds on 20 XP to their value.
Right, I thought we got rid of the force base starting move thing.
No.
The 4 base starting move is the same. It's the others that you had to pick that were removed. Everyone gets a 4 power basic type starting move. Just you get that. That is something that all characters have. So that's like 20 XP right there.
Ah, okay.
You don't have to pay for it, but that's like something that you get.
Okay.
Something I saw
bet
with a couple of people who were making their characters was they went and spent all their stats, and then they were like, oh crap, I need a move. I don't have anything to attack with. So that's why I'm like, yeah, we're gonna just keep that.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, I fell into that trap on when building Jet at first.
Yeah, so definitely, okay, so that adds on 20 XP. So 75% at the end gives it extremely good value. At that point, like once you master it, oh, you only need Presence 4 for it, so it would have been slightly cheaper anyway. But Presence 4, like, this has really good XP thing so long as you specialize them.
Yes. Like when it comes to Elba, I did design them. I did design Elba and Lab to basically be a duo, with Elba being the element specialist and Lab being the brawl. Dex is just there as a child. He doesn't really contribute much. So I would really need to master him.
So for Vex, you'd probably only get trainee companion, but
Yeah.
So for a mastered companion, in order to get that, you'd need to spend 175 XP.
Mm-hmm.
And let's assume you're about where we are right now in like or whatever, and you're getting close to 500.
Elba has 550.
Okay, 550. Let's just use Elba as an example then. 550, then Lap would have 413 XP if he was a mastered companion. Which means that it would be 100% of your attributes, 100% of your merits, and a 413 XP character there to help you. They have their own turn, they have the full amount of actions. So yeah, this is definitely getting into the territory of like being able to, like, after a certain point, just buy a fleet of secondary characters.
yeah.
So they have half the attributes, but they share the same default HP, so they're not going to be, like, completely nuked. Like, you know, like, even at game start, they're not going to be, like...
Yeah.
They're not going to be, like, a 4 HP character. They're still going to have 8 HP. They're not going to have high defenses, but they'll have the HP. Now, I know this is like, really extreme, but what if it's like 10% per level of the amount of XP?
It ends at 50.
What do you mean?
So it ends up at 50. So it starts at 10, competent gets 20%, independent gets 30, autonomous gets 40, master gets 50% of your XP.
I know Giemond is very much against that idea. He was very much arguing for the 75%. I'm personally feeling like 75% is way too much.
Well, yeah, because the thing that I'm concerned about is that if it's 75%, you are effectively investing a total of, let's just assume a 500 XP character. This 500 XP seems like a very reasonable amount for where, like, you know, maybe you'd start getting, like, a mastered companion or something, right? Because that's pretty far into the game. You've invested in your companion. You would have spent 175 XP. What you'd get out of that is 375 XP on a different character.
And it keeps growing.
And it keeps growing, and they don't get the same expertises as you. They get the merits, which means their merits can, like, for example, be pumped into teamwork, and they could have, like, 4 teamwork and help you out on everything, so you get plus 4 dice from having this companion. Or if it's like their like one of their specialized things, then you could still get all of that. If it was 50%, then it'd obviously just be like 250 XP, which are still coming out 75 total XP ahead. Because, like, companions could get the teamwork expertise. And if they get the teamwork expertise, they're obviously weaker on their own, but they're supposed to be a companion, so they can just assist you and give you plus 4 dice on everything.
I mean, assisting you is the whole point of them being a companion, so yeah.
Yeah. And it still does need storyteller approval. But I'm just talking about the math here.
Yeah.
Because, like, you know, the big thing is that they get 100% of expertises. Like, attributes, okay. XP, okay. The important part is the expertise, because that means they get access to 100% of your merits, and you can jam them into team. Now, for using a companion in battle, they still have 100% of the attributes. So they also get a certain amount of automatic damage, automatic accuracy in terms of, like, expected value. So let's say with the XP, you invest in, for your companion, a knowledge skill. You invest into evasion and integrity because you want them to be viable in combat. And then you give them, like, a little bit of a combat skill and use the remaining little bit of XP for a move. They could still be an assistant. They could still give, like, plus 4 assist on, like, fucking everything. Like, what is our design for... Do we want them to be more useful in battle, or do we care more about their narrative, or do we want it to be a mix of the two?
A mix of the two.
Alright. In that... Because the thing that I'm considering is, right now, they are more useful as out-of-combat support because of them being able to provide assistance to you. And I'm not saying that, you know, we should touch that, because they should absolutely be able to provide assistance. That is, they are a companion. They are supposed to help you. The thing with that is just that, well, you know, if they're providing assistance, that's a very good out-of-game thing to have, like, a guaranteed plus 4 dice on your out-of-combat rolls from your companion. That is very strong. But in combat, like, let's say you didn't care about giving them skills to help, and you instead just wanted to use them as, like, you know, someone who helped you out a lot. Let's just say that. You could, in fact, get a 5 in Brawl, 5 in Integrity, a 5 in Evasion, and still have some XP left over for just jamming power on a move, and they can now defend themselves really well. And still provide you +4 to everything outside of combat.
I mean,
Yeah.
isn't getting to 5 attributes something that requires a storyteller approval to begin with?
5, no. Getting a specialty mastered requires it. It is very common for storytellers to go, hey, before you get a 5th dot, like, talk to me, because, like, you know, that implies that you have mastered the general concept of something, so, like, you know, let's discuss that, but I don't think it's in the rules that you need to ask.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
I thought it was. Fair enough.
For mastering a specialty, it is, but not for just, it's not required for just simply, you know, skill.
Okay, fair enough.
So, should we reduce the amount of expertise / merits they get? That feels like the best way to balance this.
Yeah, because this is very strong for, like, assist, for obvious reasons, it's supposed to be.
It's meant to be strong, but not meant to be broken.
Yeah, which is why I'm considering things.
Orkin.
Because, like, you know, mathematically, so long as your companion is with you, this is going to be a net positive in, like, a big way for the total amount of XP that you are able to bring to bear. It doubles action economy, because now, you know, they're a full character in terms of what actions they can do. Yeah, no, it definitely seems like expertises should not be 100%. Because another thing that I'm thinking of is that a companion, even if they are focused on helping, probably shouldn't outshine and partially relegate players from wanting to take things into teamwork.
Yeah.
Because if they get 100%, it never makes any sense to try and jam into teamwork, when instead one person could just get a mastered companion and have it put 100% expertises into teamwork. Because then a player character could never outdo that. Because it has 100%. And then by the time that, like, you know, they're able to master it anyway, like, when I say master, I mean, like, completely fill out the bar on teamwork, like a mastered companion.
Real quick. Congrats, Ido, on getting to the end of the Razor track. There's still one more form you guys haven't gotten down yet.
So I definitely, I'm fine with it being 100% attributes, but I don't think expertises should also be at 100%.
Perhaps we should also put a limit on their max that they can go into for expertises, period. Like maybe 3 dots max?
Honestly, I'm fine with any number so long as it's less than 5.
Okay.
Even if it's just a 4, it still would mean that, like, if a player wants their thing to be, hey, I have a super high teamwork and I'm going to help you guys out with everything, they will still always be better for that than a companion. Even if it's just limited to 4. If it was limited to 3, then especially so.
Alright, well, let me make notes of what we discussed first today, which was the Furry.
Yep.
One sec before you continue.
While you're doing that, I'm just gonna be talking to Elva and Raharu and Gimmon.
Gimmon, go ahead and join voice, please.
Changes mind, asks him to join voice.
Well, I said we may not need him, but he was welcome to join. But hey, might as well get him in here now. That you want to talk to him directly.
Hi, Gimmon.
Hello.
Hey, Gimmon.
I love the Power Clash flat icon.
Oh, it's that from last night.
All right, Gimmon, what do you think about what's been discussed so far?
I had to step away towards the end, the last few minutes. For a minute,
All right.
So
what we were discussing was the possibility that for some specific reasons, which I will go over, the thing that we were thinking about is limiting companions' ability to get more than a certain amount of points in any expertise. Specifically, so that way, if a person in the game wants to focus their character on teamwork, we think that it should not be a thing that someone, like a player character, can get equaled and outshone on that by a companion. What do you think about something like that? We're considering between 3 and 4 as it being the cap.
I'm going to be honest with the way that the campaigns thus far have been accumulating merit. I honestly don't think that there's any reason to fear that happening to any player, because
unfortunately,
because you would.
Let me go ahead and say real quick that on that note, we are supposed to be getting merits faster than we have been.
Fair enough.
But the storyteller not giving those out as much as they're supposed to be is not, that is that's not intended. We're supposed to be getting more merits than we have been in all of the campaigns.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm just saying from personal experience, it's just not being something to really worry about, because, well, to max out a team, you would need 150 merits. Well, no, you need 10.
And I was going to bring. This is going to be more of so other storytellers may hand out a lot more merits at once.
True.
So
Oh yes, yeah, 150 merits to max out on expertise.
That is correct, by the way. That is the amount, yes.
For teamwork, I'm saying it should probably be the same as like dice bonuses on how it's usually a max of 3 unless special circumstances.
Well, we're not going to change that mechanic. Somebody else assisting you can assist you.
No, I was using it as an example.
Okay. Ido, just wait until I get so many TF talkies where, you know, there'll be ones where you have to go from brown to orange, then back to brown, and then continue brown to get it all the way up.
That's evil, Master.
Gosh.
That's evil.
You're gonna start Ido on another warpath.
Eventually it's gonna get there.
I will say, for example, in a non-ZGF game, currently the merit count in that game is already at 120.
Ah, fair enough. And how long has the game been going?
That game has been going for less than every single ZGF Scar game.
Fair enough. Yeah, we have been getting merit drip fed to us.
Yeah.
I mean, we just got to 70 last night because Digi was feeling nice because we got a rare candy.
Yeah, so probably limit teamwork to 3 companions.
Part of the problem is that most of our campaigns so far have had very little actual activity. We have been sitting here talking over the exact same points 5,000 times and not making any progress. And that goes for all of the campaigns.
Hey, I've been giving you guys action in Starlight.
Well, yes, but we haven't made any actual progress on the main, on any of the main story or anything. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that, you know, we're supposed to be getting this stuff with story beats and such, and we're not completing any story beats.
Which means we should probably be getting some merit after we're out of the illusion world in Lick.
Yes.
Oh, 100%.
And probably an attribute point.
Probably
too.
attribute too, yeah.
Hooray! We're so the main cast is so close to getting 15.
The main game has been nothing but exposition for the last 2 months.
Yep. I do feel like that's kind of like...
It's interesting exposition, but it's too much at once.
Yes, you gotta spread it out a bit more.
We do need more combat as much as I do enjoy the exposition.
I'm okay with not combat. Like, combat, I'm okay having it or not having it. It's more just... We need
the
something
part
to...
Is kinda... Sorry, go ahead.
It's mostly just Enja role-playing with himself, and it's like... Skrill's kind of got nothing he can do here. Most of us have nothing we can do here to actually do anything of our own.
At least in the main game, most of the roleplay stuff has been like with character interaction, like PC interaction.
Yeah. I mean, we have interacting with each other a lot, so that's not a bad thing.
Well, what I'm saying is because Zim said it was mostly Digi like role playing with himself.
Yeah, unfortunately that is the case.
Ido, you did go the right route. That just wasn't set up right. One sec. Trying to get this stuff to actually set up properly with this system is a little tricky, to put it lightly. Alright, now... There you go. now it should be set up right for you to go down that route. Anyways, you were saying, go ahead. But either way, we should focus on the companions here. Suffice to say, we should be getting more expertise and merits than we have been. So don't consider that for whether or not that it is a problem or not, because even if there's a lot of campaigns where they won't get as many, there will also be campaigns where they will be on a fast track in getting a whole bunch.
Fair enough. Okay, then I guess setting a limit to how many expertise a companion can get, it does sound like a good idea. I would say 4 max would be nice. Maybe we could go with something that Tal brought earlier of making it so that they can only get so many depending on the level of one that they start with. Like maybe the first one doesn't let you get any expertise. The second one has a limit of 1. The third one 2. The fourth one 3, and the final one 4.
I mean, I'm fine with that.
Is an idea, at least. The first thing that comes to my mind. Because I do understand the worry that a companion may outstage a player character, which they definitely shouldn't do.
So, so going by the kind of definitions of other dot-based systems, 1 dot in something is below average. 2 dots is considered average. 3 dots is considered above average. 4 dots is superhuman, and 5 dots is basically god tier. Which is why I'm kind of thinking limiting it to 3. We're not actually using those kinds of definitions here, but I'm just saying, I'm kind of considering that for why I'm saying 3 limit for companions on expertise. I'm okay with them going to 5 dots in skills. Though we might limit those to 4s. But I don't know. I think 5 is okay with those. God knows there's plenty of skills out there that, you know, letting them have 1 and a couple and at 5 dots is the chance of them coming up very often is, you know, not as high as other things.
Yeah. And another thing just is that like we kind of treat 5 as like the generic mastery, as in comparison to like effectively then needing specialties to really achieve like effectively like godhood status.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just take a lot of specialties in one particular skill, then things begin racking up.
Yep. Because multi-specialty means that every valid specialty gives its specialty bonus.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, if you have a single mastered specialty and, like, another, like, random specialty that is something, that's already, like, +4 dice just from specialties.
So,
which turns, like, that roll to being a 9 instead of a 5, like, in terms of bonus from skill.
Yeah. So I guess limited to 3 or 4, to 3 or 4 does sound like a good idea.
Especially because,
maybe have it to 3 and only being able to go to 4 with storyteller approval, but never 5.
Yeah, because the thing is, though, is just that, like, I'm fine with them being really useful. I just don't want them to, like, outshine
players. Yeah.
Characters. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking is, well, maybe limiting it to 3 and maybe leave the option to go to 4 with storyteller approval, but never go to 5. That's personally what I'm thinking.
I think we're gonna go with a flat 3.
Okay.
It is easier to remember.
Yeah. And that's only for expertises.
They can still be pretty much as useful as they want with like skills.
Yeah.
Because skills you could get out of like literally just getting a single mastered specialty in a skill already means that like you are really good at that thing.
Yeah.
Whatever that thing is, you are very good at it.
But with so many of them, they are much more limited on how much can be how much they can actually be used.
Yeah. I mean, hell, it's even like 40 XP to get one, assuming no discount.
Alright. So, what do we want to do for the percentage of XP and merits? Because I think we're in agreement for 100% attributes at the max.
Yeah, that's fine. 100% on attributes. I don't see a single problem with that.
We also agreed that the companions can't transfer over the willpower to the user.
Yeah, that's established.
Yeah. Yeah.
They cannot transfer willpower. They cannot transfer vigor. They cannot transfer soul. They can only use that for themselves.
Understand.
That is to avoid people buying companions with XP in order to get, like, you know, an extra 10 willpower that also they don't have to take any exhaustion in order to use.
Making companions at stat blocks is disgusting.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, like,
yeah, I know.
It stops it from ever being even a problem.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, I don't particularly like doing that myself.
Oh yeah, no,
But there
agree.
will
It's
be
just...
people that would do that.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
Yeah. It's literally just because I don't think anyone in our games would do that. I don't think anyone here would do that. But we're trying to design a system.
Yeah, so that's not an issue. And I do understand what you're saying. I was just exclaiming my distaste.
Yeah.
Pet the Ren. Who's your good puppy dog?
I think Ren is away from the computer.
I guess he is.
Unfortunate.
I needed my emotional support doggo.
There
he is.
There he is. Wait, when can we get your emotional support dog?
I wanted to give you pets. And you were gone.
Wait, no, I'm here, master, I'm here.
Pet the Ren.
The way you say that is so adorable, Ren.
He's a precious good boy.
He is very precious.
Alright, so I'm thinking 100% attributes.
I command pure chaos! Kinda.
Jimond_ has turned Ren into emotional support weasel. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
I'll allow this one, but let me update those cards.
Yeah.
Breezel?
They to basically say, don't play these while we're doing Scar Dev.
Oh.
Yeah. I know that it's been a thing where like people keep using them during Scar Dev sessions.
Yeah. And we're discussing here, people. We need to actually be able to talk. We can't just say our names for a while.
Our names, huh? So that means that you actually are the well, whatever you get turned into then.
I mean, yes, that's how transformation works. Species names, rather.
All right. So I'm fine with 100% attributes. If expertises are limited, I'm fine with it ending up at 100%. Because they're limited anyways. I'm not, like, enthused about it, but I'm fine with it. The XP is where I'm like... Huh.
Yep. Yep, yeah, I know you got to Eric's.
Hooray!
Huzzah. So what are you guys currently feeling about XP?
I still am not fond of the 75%.
What about 60? What about 60 then? Something between 50 and 75?
I feel like that would just make it more complicated.
I know it's bullshit, but you know, our brains do particularly remember and like numbers that we think are whole or round or things of that nature.
I mean, that is understandable, but you still need to make the calculations when it's 75.
Well, yeah, but that was in order to see what the value would be, what the value proposition was.
Fair.
Because, like, the thing was in order to see, like, how worthwhile it would be. Because at like 500 XP, if it's 75%, then the companion has enough XP to max out, like, has enough XP to max out 4 skills and has 75 XP left over for, like, you know, move. So it could have a 5 in evasion, 5 in integrity, 5 in a combat skill, and then 5 in a support skill, like medicine or something, and still have 75 XP left over to have a combat move, where it's not exactly going to be like the most in-depth or flavorful like combat style, but it is fully capable of defending itself and dealing a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Like 75% is a lot of XP for them to get.
I do understand that, but I kind of feel like 50 might be too little for the amount that you have to expend for it. That's why I said 60. Something in between those two.
Well, an alternate idea is we subtract the cost of these feats from the experience that they get. So they still get the 75%, but it'll be less by the 125 that it would cost to get all those feats.
So basically, they're already. It's basically like they bought the feats themselves.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah, that could probably work.
The one part where that breaks is if someone like wants to have a companion like from the beginning.
Yeah.
That breaks this because at the beginning, with the 25% XP thing, the companion would start with 15 XP, and it does not have the 25 to cover.
So it wouldn't be able to buy anything until a few sessions in. Quite a few sessions in.
It would technically start in debt.
Yeah.
It would start with 10 XP debt.
I think I'd be okay with that, though. Because they would still start with some stats so that they're not, completely 100% useless. They just can't advance anything until a few sessions in. And it's not like it's that much of a debt that they'd have to overcome anyways.
So they will still start out with the stats from as if you were making an actual character.
The proposal would be, yeah, the proposal is reduced beginning stats. So.
Oh yeah, I think you mentioned 2 instead of 3.
Yeah.
Well, 2 is across the board. So 2 expertise, 2 per column, 2 spare.
Ah. Fair enough.
And of course, they still get the 4 power basic move.
Yeah. So no matter what, they are still capable individuals.
Fair. By the way, this 4 power basic move is still able to be upgraded, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you can upgrade it.
Okay, fair.
It's just that the 20 XP is something you didn't have to spend. It still counts against the move cap thing.
Noted.
So basically, at character creation, you'd start with a move where, the XP is 20 out of 30 on the move.
Noted. Okay. I'll make sure to add that to my characters because I thought that was not a thing anymore and so I removed it, but now I know that it's a thing.
It is. It's basically just the backup option for when people go, but I want to spend XP on skills and then realize they literally only have strike to attack. And now, strike is good. It is not good if it is your only primary combat thing at all.
Yeah. So is strike like an actual move or is exclusive of a maneuver or is it both?
It's a maneuver, but you can keep track of your 2 strikes because you have 2 strikes technically. One is physical, one is special. You can upgrade them separately. That is a thing. Yes, it's in the rules. You can use move slots to keep track of it if you want.
Fair.
Strike is specifically not an attack. So for
it does not take your attack action. It is a maneuver.
Well, it is specifically, for all intents and purposes, not considered an attack. So anything that has to do with an attack, it does not apply to strike.
Noted. I do add that it is a good thing that you mentioned that because I've been thinking about the upgrading weight strikes. So yeah, it's good. It's good for me to learn this.
It does still get blocked by protect and all that, right?
I think we settled on no.
I don't think I was there for that part of a discussion about because it doesn't take up the attack action, and so it doesn't do that, but it is still considered an offensive action, I thought.
No, I think as I recall, the reason we decided it does not get blocked by protect is so that people can't go in and be like, oh, well, let me just throw away a strike on this and then hit you with the full move.
So you can't rid of stacks of protect with a strike, is what you're saying.
You cannot, correct. Unless, of course, you purchase
I think I might have brought that up, yeah.
Yeah. So, That is part of why it is not considered an attack in any way.
I think I understand. So what kind of action is it considered? Is it a standard or quick action?
It costs a standard by default.
Yeah, it costs a standard action, but it's just not an attack.
Yeah. I think we had plans on making a feat that let you use it as a quick action.
I think so. But considering it could be upgraded the same as a move, you could technically make it dynamic.
Yeah.
So,
true.
Yeah.
Let's do a full action strike, guys. Let's go.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
The big bonkening.
Full action strike just sounds funny.
Yeah, you just basically wind up, do a Looney Tunes arm spin, and haymaker them.
It sounds like something CL would do.
Oh yeah, he would totally have a full action strike. His full action strike is probably just like straight up drop kicking someone.
Yes.
Full double boot drop kick horizontal.
I really enjoyed witnessing CL and Sigmund meeting each other again in the Wednesday session.
Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed the exposition. It was very interesting story. It was good stuff to hear. I just really want to get back to normal stuff, so, you know.
We have like one session left of the thing probably.
Yeah, but it's been going on for 2 months.
Back.
To be fair, that is not an abnormal amount of time for a story arc.
And also, to be
No,
fair,
but-
I think out of the story arc that we had thus far, I think this is the one that has gone the quickest. So,
Well, yeah, but the other ones we could actually do stuff.
Well, I mean,
There
Wayne
are-
just wants to get out of this as fast as possible. There are things we could go and do.
yeah, we can technically do stuff in the illusion. We just are deciding not to because we want to get out. So,
Like, technically speaking, with the rules, what we could do is we could just fuck off and live here for a while. Because what's gonna happen? Oh no, it resets us anyway. Like, technically speaking, like, we could just live in the illusion for, like, however long we really wanted to. It was just more of like a, let's get out of here before things get worse, because we're in some sort of time bubble inside of a time bubble. That doesn't seem stable.
yeah. Not to mention,
It's fine. There totally won't be a temporal collapse.
not to mention, we were a bit pressed for time because we didn't have Bane's medicine with us.
Didn't even fucking.
Oh
give
yeah,
him back
that's
his
the main
goggles.
reason.
Didn't even give him back his damn goggles.
The wish entity is rude.
It didn't even give him like a normal copy of his goggles. He doesn't have those.
Bane without his goggles feels naked.
It's his item from his fucking world.
Squirrel just wants to go do smithing stuff. He wants to go to that mining
That's called
town.
we need to go to Damaboy.
We gotta go to Dama Boy.
Yeah. We can't exactly just do that right now.
I mean,
We
technically,
could.
technically,
the
we
next-
could, actually.
We actually
Okay.
just could.
Okay, we could. But I don't think any of the rest of the party would go with Squirrel on that. Okay, maybe Chomper, but, you know.
I was about to say, Chomper would just follow you around. Like,
I
let's
mean,
be real on that.
Elba would. I think Pyroclast would too. You have two people from the Squirrel Games party
Okay.
to ask this for.
Okay, fair. But as a player, I don't want to split the party. And I know Vane would not go with them. I doubt, I mean, maybe Paz and Wade, it's a maybe. I don't think so, Wade. I don't think Wade would. Paz might. You'd have to correct me on that if I'm wrong, Raharu. That's just my guess. Rob, I really don't think he'd go with Squirrel.
Wade would probably not go because his first thing is that he wants to get out. Paz, on the other hand, while he does want to get out, he may not be opposed to it.
Vane wants to get out because Kaza isn't here. If Kaza was here, he'd probably just be perfectly fine, like, doing whatever it took to get money, so that way we could just get more medicine and vibe here for a while.
we can just live here until the world outside resets, and then we can be in a whole different timeline.
Well, that's if time is
Gosh.
progressing outside of the bubble. We could have also just entered and we could leave when we came in.
Yeah, I'm honestly kind of expecting that, or at least like just a day has passed on the world outside or something like that.
I have been meticulously keeping track of which things he has spent, came from, and all of that from the illusion in case we exit and we have all of our stuff exactly as it was.
Very nice.
Like, I've been keeping track of how much pokey that's from outside of the illusion that he has spent in the illusion.
Yeah. Also, talking about Wade and Scroll, I honestly find it hilarious that Wade and Scroll just have not interacted with each other at all. Scroll hasn't even questioned why Paz is going by a different name at the moment.
Squirrel is still not comfortable being around the main group.
Fair enough.
To be fair, Squirrel does know about the mental split.
Ah, true. I do. Wait.
He never met Wade. Wade came out afterwards. We knew about the mental split thing, the layered memories, before Squirrel left.
Oh, right. No, yeah, that's true.
Because that happened post-Ram.
It is so hard keeping track. I am both happy and sad that the side game is being brought to an end. It's like, the side game's been a lot of fun. We're at least going to keep things going there with, a new campaign. But I'm also happy that it's ending because, god damn, it's a nightmare trying to keep track of, okay, main campaign Squirrel knows this, but side game does not. Side game knows this, but main game does not. Ugh.
I've had to deal with that even more because shenanigans.
We've had the same revelations from Edge twice.
Digi got tired of me guessing everything, and so he's just like, he just admits to things now, so I'm just like, okay, I know things, but Vane doesn't, so it doesn't matter.
To be fair, the Edge revelations were slightly different between the two ones that happened, but yeah, we got a lot of this information out of them.
Yeah, they were just special.
The fact that they were slightly different makes it even worse.
Different.
Yeah. One funny thing that happened a while ago, you know the whole reveal that Wade had his memories of astral type like get wiped because of the whole
Yes.
thing. It was really funny because I messaged Raharu going, "Hey, what if the reason why Wade doesn't know about this is due to like an emergency, like, you know, suppression thing that the gods of his world do, and so that's why he doesn't remember it, even though it was a thing in his world." And so Raharu messaged that to Digi, and Digi was like, "Ah, I see, I've been found out."
Yep.
So technically speaking, I'm also guessing things about other characters too now.
How do you keep doing this, Tao?
I don't know, and I keep being right. And that's why Digi is just like, you know what? You don't even have to guess at this point. He didn't even tell me about things to do with, like, you know, the whole, like, culty soul situation thing. It's just from that one memory thing. And it was just instantly like, oh, okay, that's what's happening. Cool, let's extrapolate that.
I guess you're just very good at piecing things together.
Speaking of, I should probably get your... There you go. You're in the Wild Traditions campaign now.
Cool.
Oh, what?
What?
It got a name?
What?
The one that I'm going to be running, yes. Wild Traditions.
Oh, that one.
When are you running that one?
Fridays in place of the DRS slot.
Ah, fair.
Yeah. I am... Wait, hold on. Based alert.
What's going on? What?
Someone else was considering the Murkrow line. Based. I know it was just like a list of things that they might play, but I saw Honchkrow and my eyes immediately were like snapped to that based out of 10. I don't even care if they play it or not, just the fact that someone else was even considering it. I have found almost no one else that likes that line, like, actively.
Shadow Wolf, well, I mean, I like Murkrow myself. I don't like Honchkrow.
Honchkrow is pretty cool. Honchkrow has a pretty cool design, though.
That's a matter of opinion. My opinion is I don't like Honchkrow.
One shot at Champion Dragonite. I do not care. Honchkrow is fucking cool.
The design of it is just like meh.
It's a matchup. It's a matchup.
I love Honchkrow, and I'm not even gonna have Vayne evolve. Like,
unless something drastic happened, but that's a plan at least.
And yes, Shadow Wolf, I will be running a campaign in the near future. Right now, I'm just figuring out players. I'm being very picky and selective with the players.
Good idea.
I've been wanting to... Basically, it's player. I'm going for players that I have played with before. And even then, I'm trying to get some old new blood in there. Like players that that played with us years ago, and I'm trying to get them back in. Like Zelos, who played in Fists of Furry. He is coming back to play.
That's cool.
I've extended the offer to a couple of others, but they weren't able to do it.
Understandable.
Apparently, bombs are not going to be one of my players.
But yeah, no, like I looked in there just to see what was going on, and I saw Honchkrow, and then like mention of like my second favorite Pokemon line just immediately distracted me.
It's your first favorite Zoroark?
Yeah. Who'd have thought?
Who would have thunk it?
I think my third favorite is like Absol.
Oh, great picks.
Absol's probably my third favorite.
Oh, great picks.
I am a dark type aficionado. I like dark type is my favorite type, you will never catch me playing anything that isn't dark type or will become dark type.
Understandable. Just like I'm a water type aficionado, as is very obvious.
Yeah. I am very much so considering what kind of dark type to play next.
Understandable.
I will point out that with this campaign, while it is Pokemon, we are actually using the Scar types.
Okay, well, I'll make it shadow. Like, it doesn't matter. I'll just make it shadow type.
It's an equivalent, so it doesn't matter.
It's an equivalent, but it is still important to point out.
I mean, look, I also know the Scar types pretty well, mostly because I've had to do so much combat testing. And I specifically, for most of my combat testing, use the Scar types.
Understandable.
Like, holy shit. But yeah, no, I might go with Eevee into Umbreon.
Ah, that's not a bad idea. So basically, that evolves into Shadow.
Shadow, maybe an actual, like, a variant.
Ah, fair.
Where it's like Shadow and then something else. Maybe, considering.
Thumbs up. I gotta get ready to leave, and I know we're still discussing the companion things. Do tell me what you guys end up coming up with, though.
Yeah.
All right. I am thinking. I'm rather liking the idea that the companion will have less XP based on the cost of the feats. I think we can go with that. They still get the 75 XP, but it's less the amount.
Yeah, and it also means that for things like Independent Companion, they technically have less XP to work with now, but now they have their own action economy.
Yeah.
For
It's
that,
the same with Autonomous Companion.
we could go ahead and combine Independent and Autonomous together. I was debating on that. Honestly, the only reason I separated them was feat tax. Just to delay them getting to that 75%.
I see.
I didn't really like having those two individual things, but it's like, I want to push out that 75% a little bit further.
Understandable, I suppose. Okay, I gotta go now. Do tell me what you guys end up going with later.
I will probably forget, so if Tal does, great. If not, it's there on the document.
Okay, I'll ask Tal later. Later, everyone. Have a good one.
But what do you think of doing that, Tal?
Combining the two of them... I mean, it's a big jump from having to use one to getting like them having their own completely indistinct turn.
True.
So that's one thing that I'm considering. Because it goes from you having to give up an action to them just having their own turn straight up.
That is fair. So it does make sense to have that step.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll keep that. Though I may make it where the Master Companion only requires Independent instead of Autonomous. So if they don't want to bother giving them a full action economy, they can.
I'm fine with that.
Alright, so let me update that. Let me make note. Actually, that should go up here. Minus the default cost. Because if they get a discount on the feat, I'd rather have it go off of the default cost anyways.
Yep.
Alright. I think we're good on... Oh, right. They can only increase expertises to 3 dots max. Do we want to... With that limit on expertises, do we still want to limit how many merits they get?
That is one thing that I was considering. I'm fine if it's matching the attributes, honestly. Now that we have the limit, I'm fine if it just sticks with matching the attributes. So when they go up to master, I'm fine if it also sticks to like 100 per competent, 75%.
Sorry, repeat that?
I said I'm fine if it stays as it is right now because 75% is currently matching the attribute total, and then 100% at the end, where also attributes go to 100%.
So keeping it where it goes to, they have the full merits.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm good with that. Hey, Ren, you back yet?
I'm here.
You should check your DMs.
Eh?
There's the squeak I was looking for. I might be teasing him. Because I can.
Bro.
Master. That's not helping, Master.
Well, of course, it's not meant to help.
Why do you do this to me, Master?
Because I needed a little, refreshment from the, Scar dev. It's important to take breaks and stuff every now and then.
Yes, it is. But does it have to come to my expense?
Do you dislike it?
No.
Then yes. Alright, so we can go ahead and start looking through the other feats now, I think.
Alright, why are we putting back in chip damage immunity?
I thought that that was always going to be part of it, as I recall.
We were considering the possibility of adding it back in with feats, but I want to know why we're doing it.
Because it was still listed in the main document, so I just put it over here because I was trying to come up with feats, and that came up, and it was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that was from before we even had armor or anything.
Yeah, I'm not beholden to it.
Yeah, especially after armor, I don't feel too good about that.
I still want to have something in here for upgrading the, okay, what line is it on?
It's like literally the third one.
Ah, there it is.
So it's line 5.
I do want to come up with a new replacement for that, then.
Alright, so I'm going to revisit our design philosophy of Brace, which is that it is an integrity increaser that renders you immune to critical hits. It's supposed to be something where, like, you know, you're preparing for an oncoming attack. And it reduces the oncoming attack's effectiveness. Works until the start of your next turn.
While you're contemplating it, I will be right back.
Alright, so it also works until the start of your next turn, meaning all attacks that target you are going to be affected by this. We could also give it reposition immunity. All the reposition effects. What about if it makes you immune to tactical? What's our list of tacticals? Alright, so tacticals include remove condition, remove stat change, drag, knockback, pushback, stealthy, swap, trip. We still don't know exactly what we're doing for pushback, stealthy, and trip, but... well, that's fine. Yeah, I'm thinking probably tactical. double check the things in tactical. Yeah, that looks pretty good. The only thing that I'm thinking about is just that it... I mean, it eats up an action. Yeah, I think that's what I recommend. Hey, Gimmon. Are you here?
E.
What, in your opinion, do you think the worst maneuver is? If you think there is one.
That is fair.
Assist got moved elsewhere.
Have to say it's probably brace.
Yeah, I mean, it does give immunity to critical hits, but yeah.
Alright, I am back. Sorry about that.
Alright, welcome back. I have an idea. So,
well, real quick, before the idea, reminder everybody, Conrade is in a very disparate situation right now. He needs a commission. So if anybody out there is interested in a 3D model, please message me. He really needs the help. So if you guys could, if somebody would like to get a commission, or heck, you guys want to work together on getting a new 3D model for the channel, whatever you may want to do, let's show him some love and support and get him taken care of, him and his family.
I can look and see if there's any add-ons at some point that I might want to add on to my order.
Ideally, get him like tonight, because he is rather desperate to get this. He's got some debts and stuff that he's got to deal with before Monday. That we've been trying to get it taken care of, and it's not worked out.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll have it tonight, but definitely this weekend.
Alright.
All right. So part of my idea, for like an upgraded brace specialty, or not feat thing, instead of immune to chip damage, which like affects so much stuff, what if it basically makes you immune to tactical move traits? So like drag, knockback, swap, trip. That is also where the remove condition or remove stat change is, but considering the theme of brace,
I like this idea.
because basically you're braced for it, you're ready for it, so you're not gonna get like tripped up or anything.
I like this idea a lot. That would work. That would be a great replacement here. One sec here. Hi, Merle.
Hey, Merle.
Hey, Merle.
Alright, so, yeah, I like that idea. Why don't you go ahead and look through the rest of the feats while I am taking care of some business here. And, yeah.
Alright. Reliable initiative, that's fine. +10 to initiative score, result for combat. Yeah, like, that just effectively increases your initiative dice by 1 and has it auto-roll a 10. That's... yeah. Heavy attack, trade accuracy for damage. Obviously we'll have to make that incompatible with, you know, like, bypass accuracy, shit of that nature, but need to actually get the details on that. Resilient Vigor requires Vigor 5. Can use Vigor 2 times per roll instead of once, taking the better result.
Hey, Anja.
Hey, Digi.
Hey, Anja.
Figured I'd come hang out. I am a DM.
Legally,
Nice,
you are
we
not
just
a DM, you are a storyteller.
Ah, yes, of course. I'm a storyteller.
Yeah.
I really
resilient...
hate that they freaking trademarked that term.
I know, right?
It's
That's...
so...
It feels surreal that that is allowed.
To be fair, BattleTech also trademarked apostrophe mech.
Huh?
Okay, so the thing about BattleTech and Mech Warrior is that they have a trademark for literally apostrophe, like, you know, the shortened thing. up like a single apostrophe mech. The word mech is not trademark, but apostrophe mech is a BattleTech trademark.
That's so interesting to me.
Yep, so if you do apostrophe mech, that is a BattleTech trademark.
Yeah, if you start looking into the nitty-gritty of stuff, there are a surprising number of things that it's just like, wait, we're not allowed to use this?
Yeah,
but this is like...
If you look in the stream chat, the message that I sent is a trademark. That is their trademark. That is their copyright.
Fascinating.
Yep. Alright. Resilient Vigor, prerequisite Vigor 5, so 5 Vigor. Can use Vigor 2 times per roll instead of once, taking the better result? Vigor doesn't have variable results on rolls.
One moment, let me take care of this real quick.
Okay.
Alright. Sharing second wind. Yeah, sure, whatever. Rapid cleanse. May use cleanse maneuver as a quick action. I mean, sure, but that's just gonna be like... That's just gonna be so reliable. Deep Cleanse can do each individual version of cleanse when doing the cleanse maneuver effectively. So you can reduce all, move all of your stat changes towards 0. You could try and remove a negative condition, things of that. Okay. More than 2 may participate in a combo maneuver, but each participant must have this feat. A little bit of wombo combo, that's fine. Punishment, that's literally just a joke feat. Combat, rapid dodge. May use dodge as a quick action. Strong, but less impactful than the new brace one is going to be. Second option, may use 2 Vigor or 2 Willpower when using second wind instead of 1 of each. You may also spend more exhaustion for more healing. Alright, that'll be interesting. You may spend only 1 point of Vigor or Willpower when using second wind. This will still incur 2 points of exhaustion. Okay. Alright, we're to some intrinsics. Healthy body, dots and body count for additional 50% for max HP. Alright, and then that's just going to be the same for all of these. Yep. And then an upgraded version where it becomes double instead of 50%, also intrinsic. Yeah, sure. Intrinsic grants affinity with a new type. I'm not sure how I feel about it being intrinsic. Eh. You may challenge an opponent to a duel. They can either engage you in a fight against you with -1 success to all attacks against others. I'm just going to assume that that means accuracy and damage. Or they become fearful and run from you, keeping their distance as best as possible. So, like, it would just max out their fear, I guess. Fear condition. Nature, bonus down attack to sense your last turn. Oh, that an ally has attacked since your last turn. Suffering from a status effect, sure. Has targeted you specifically. Electric both silent action, you move at least 15 feet. Spirit Pain is myth. There's a lot of mythic affinity. Okay.
Okay,
Spirit Pain.
so... Alright, I'm done with that. Let's go and go back up. I know there was one that you were questioning there.
Yeah, Resilient Vigor, prerequisites Vigor 5. Effect, can use Vigor 2 times per roll instead of once, taking the better result. Vigor doesn't give alternate results, really.
That is for when you're healing. Because when you're doing a rest, you roll Vigor, and it would allow you to roll twice.
Alright,
Yeah.
so you might want to specify that, because that makes it sound like, you know, when you're using Vigor on a roll, which it would include.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point. So, clarified. That's part of why I wanted you to look through this. I've been waiting on you to look through this so I can make it go live. So yeah.
Oh, I'm on
there
view
was
only.
that. You what?
I'm on view only. I can't edit this.
Oh, right. Let me,
Master?
Yes, my very good boy that I adore and love so much and hold and treasure dear. I hope you sleep well.
How do you know? How did you know?
I know my pet. I know what you sound like when you're tired.
And the only reason why I'm heading to bed a bit early is because, well, I kind of stayed up too late last night.
All right. Sleep well.
Thank you, Master. Have a good night whenever you go to bed. And don't be around like 5 o'clock a.m. or something like that.
I'm always up until about 6.
Okay, let me phrase that. Don't be up until 8 a.m. then.
Maybe on that. 10 is when it's a little out there for me. Yes, Seamus, he is a soft cutie. He is precious. Look at that little Shiba Inu sitting right there in front of my paws.
Have a good night.
Good night. I sent you the invite, Tal.
Yep. Also, Sim, what do you think about the little bit of trolling that I could do?
I like it.
Just
I'm
a-
assuming what
just
you're
a wee bit
PMing
of
me
trolling.
about.
Yeah. Just a wee bit of trolling.
Go for it.
Lamau. Digi, it's also the thing that I messaged you because I thought it was funny. I put a note on the thing saying, note, this is not for vigor overcharge.
Yeah.
Just to be clear. Alright.
Actually, considering it's only for rest, I think I'll reduce the requirement.
I was about to say, if it's just for rest, it could be down to, like, 3.
Yeah. Alright. So yeah, back to going through these. Oh, Enja, let me send you a link to this doc.
I thought he already had one.
I don't know, but just... Oh yeah, he already does. Literally the last message I sent him was already that.
He's not an editor, but like I'm pretty sure that like I also sent it to him at some point going, "Hey, by the way, here's some of the feats that are being sounded out in case you want to look at them." This was like a month ago. All right. You may use cleanse maneuver as a quick action. That's pretty strong, but understandable. Deep cleanse, you may do one of each of the cleanses when using the cleanse maneuver. Now, does that mean you could... Here, I'm gonna bring it up just so I make sure I have all... It becomes modal. I want to make sure that I have all the modals correct. That would mean you could attempt to resist a condition, reduce a negative stat change towards 0 by 1 stage. Okay, so we changed that from all stat changes towards 0. Just a single negative stat change towards 0 by 1 stage. Or attempt to resist a damage over time effect.
Yeah, but that upgrade, which I'll point out requires Medicine 3 or Integrity 4, will let you attempt all of those.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I had all the modals correct.
Yeah.
By the way, when it comes to damage over time, that's just what, like, effectively equal to the effect DC of a move?
Yes.
Alright. That's fine. It's really strong. Okay, important question. Can you benefit from both Deep Cleanse and Rapid Cleanse at the same time?
If you have both of those feats, I personally say yes.
Alright, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, if you've got both of those feats, I say yes. Because, I mean, that's a 50 experience investment. You might as well be able to make use of it.
Yeah.
And let's be fair, there aren't going to be that many times where somebody's going to have all 3 of those things to resist anyways.
Yep. Alright, all together now, which is effectively just Wombo Combo, That Ain't Falco.
What? English, please?
Have you not seen the original Wombo Combo video?
Tao,
Oh my God,
I
it's gonna get to you
understand
right
you
now.
speak in memes sometimes, but no.
This is famous. Okay, just
I can't watch it right now, I'm streaming.
watch it on your phone or something.
Fine! Oh, I need to charge my phone. Oh, right, I fell asleep without plugging in my phone today. Oops.
Oh, Lamau.
Hey, Chris Ovos! That is... What is that emote? Oh, okay. It's not as bad as I thought it was. I've got the black background on Twitch, so the ears were blending in, and I thought it was just like weird antennae sticking out of the head, and other just weirdness going on.
Yeah, at that first glance it did.
It looked more creepy than it actually was. Alright, let me watch this video. I am so glad I did not watch that on my computer. My ears would be bleeding.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But, okay. Basically, yeah.
Wombo combo.
It's the combo upgrade for more than only 2 people can participate, though each one has to have the feat.
Also known as assembling the Goon Squad. Alright, requires teamwork too. Fair. Punishment meme, moving on. Combat rapid dodge may use dodge as a quick action.
That punishment is actually going in.
It's still a meme.
It is, but it is going in.
Subcategory. Meme. Alright.
Sure.
Combat, rapid dodge, initiative 1, evasion 2 may use dodge as a quick action. Yeah, that's fair. That's fine. Combat, second option, may use 2 vigor or 2 willpower when using second one instead of 1 each. You may also spend more exhaustion for more healing. What is the exhaustion for more healing rate?
Which line?
11. Or not 11, fucking 15. What is the rate for exhaustion for more healing?
I was thinking 1 point of exhaustion for one more die of healing. Because second win, I believe, is just, 1d10. Let me finish with Stream Raiders here, and I'll go double check. Tal, stop being sick.
No, I have asthma. This is just normal for me.
Stop having asthma.
If I could do that, I would. My lungs refuse to obey, though. They feel scratchy. Anyway,
okay,
it's 1d10 plus your vigor and will attributes.
Okay, I was thinking 1 exhaustion. 1 exhaustion for another set of that. So 1d10 plus your vigor and willpower.
Okay. Effectively, every extra 1 exhaustion, you get to roll it 1 more time.
Yes.
With bonuses.
I'm iffy on the bonuses, but currently, yes.
Well, when I say with the bonuses, I mean the +7. Like,
Yeah.
for example, if you have, 3 vigor and 4 will.
Yes. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I'm iffy on
I just wanted to
including
be
those. I'm just, for now, I'm saying yes, but I'm open to negotiation on that.
I think, since this also includes... And you can jam this.
Jam it?
I mean, it basically when I say something like you can jam it, it means that you could just hit the use button a bunch, and you could just raise the fucking amount of exhaustion. You could incur 5 exhaustion, and then the roll become I guess 3 additional because it already costs 2. So 3 additional for 5 exhaustion, and now you're healing 4d10 plus 8 true healing. In an emergency, you could just jam that shit, and in exchange for exhaustion, just be completely sure that you're healing yourself.
True. Yeah, definitely not including the bonus on that, just an extra die. But, yeah, I'm okay with this.
Alright. Briefer wind, you may only spend... because it does have second option, so, you may spend only 1 point of vigor or willpower when using second wind. This will still incur 2 points of exhaustion. Okay, so basically it just makes it half off.
For the vigor and willpower, yeah.
For the points, yeah. The vigor and willpower points, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, we're to the intrinsic feats. Which is... I looked at these. I was fine with all of these where it's just extra max HP. That's fine with me. The one thing that I was slightly iffy on is making the new type affinity be intrinsic. Because we are doing the thing where we only have a certain amount of intrinsic feats, right?
No.
Okay, changed that then. Cool.
So, feats that can only be taken at character creation will have in the prerequisites character creation. Or, well, we'll probably put in growth stage or something like that. I don't think I've actually made any, though. The movement ones would definitely be that.
Yeah. Okay. So, in that case, I'm fine with it, because I was still working under the assumption that we had a limited amount of intrinsic slots. Like, you started with 2 and you gained 1 when you reached a growth stage. So I was looking at that and I was like,
Yeah,
don't know about making that intrinsic.
Kind of looked at it and was like, a lot of these things are things that are kind of part of the character, but I don't really want to limit them to only those few points where you can actually get them. So I decided there will only be a few that are only available at certain points. Like, mostly just the movement ones right now, because the movement ones are ones where you're really only going to gain, you evolve and you might grow wings at that point, or you start with wings. So that's not exactly something that it's like, oh yeah, I've got these wings back here, but I don't know, I can't use them yet because I haven't bought the feat.
What, you didn't want just all these people to be going around with vanity wings?
No.
Look, we did Vector's flying class.
Yeah. All right. So looking through these, just real quick, this shit's gonna annoy me if I don't fix that.
Oh, you're making them all okay.
It was annoying me. All right. Yeah, that feels a lot better now. All right. So Mythic Affinity, dual challenge. Yeah, sure. I assume like with the or they become fearful and run from you just means that they get 3 stacks of fear towards you.
It's a different thing, but yes. Though we will probably just we'll yeah, we can figure out how these work. So these are adapted from the original, because like you saw them way back in the day when I was like, yeah, you've got these.
Well, I helped
quote
make
unquote. Did you?
Yeah, I was there. Because we were discussing the whole thing about how we wanted each one to have a passive bonus and a skill bonus, and we were like agonizing over what fucking skill does like this type have.
$15.
Merle, thank you so much for that tip. Thank you so much for that support. I really appreciate it.
I think for steel type, we originally made it so they just had 1 intrinsic soak.
Yeah.
Like, we did some shit back then.
And these are what I basically adapted those into. Giemond, I do plan to make these little affinity feats for every type that we have in Scar. Right now, these are just the ones that are adapted directly from... these are the ones that are adapted directly from the Pokemon type passives that we made forever ago.
There. And it's like, oh, there's nothing for us.
Oh, there will be.
Well, about to say there is going to be. This is literally just him copy pasting what we had there and just changing the type.
Yeah. But there will be ones for that. I just haven't come up with them yet. And I would welcome suggestions. If you guys have suggestions, there is a Scar Suggestions channel on the Discord that you can utilize to put in whatever you've got ideas for. I may allow them, I may not.
All right.
Coming soon, TM.
TM. All right. So just looking through them, I'm not going to put too much, because, you know, if we don't have stuff for, like, all the type, and this isn't the final list, then I'm not too worried about it. Movement. Oh, yeah, that's where we put the soul one. Yeah, the phase.
Yeah, that is the only one that I've actually made so far, because that was originally the ghost type,
Yeah. That we specifically made because we're like, well, we gotta have something for Jet and his ability to, like, just phase through things. And we're just like, let's come up with some actual rules for that. And then, like, we just fucking never touched it afterwards. Yeah. On the plus side, no matter how, like, these things are, like, fucking useless right now, mostly, but, like, you know, you can... There's some nice stuff there. Like, the design philosophy behind a lot of this stuff is still good, so...
Yeah.
Alright.
But it does also mean that some of them have, like, Basic Affinity has 4 of them, because we merged fighting and normal type into basic, and, well, now we've got 4 different affinities there for it.
Yeah. But you know what I mean, what I'm saying, like, because we don't have, like, all this stuff there right now, I'm not too, like... I'm not too hung up on whether or not it's good or balanced. I only care about the design philosophy. And I still agree with the original design philosophy we had with these things, even if, obviously getting +1 accuracy is a little bit less impactful now than it used to be.
Yeah. Some of these I am thinking will be like, this is +1 accuracy success. Or -1 success rather than -1 die. Because...
yeah, like gain 1 automatic accuracy success on, like, if condition met.
Which would definitely be much more useful than just, oh yeah, you got another die.
Yeah. Assuming... just like, you know, assuming stab, that means it's equal to 1.8 dice. If it's not stab, then that's equal to 2.25 dice. Alright, Danger Sense requires Subterfuge 3. I almost think that... I feel like we should allow Investigation 3 for this as well.
I'm good with that.
Because Investigation is supposed to be, like, also used for things of this nature, of finding hidden things. Subterfuge would be more, where would I put this kind of shit? And Investigation is just more like, you know, where is it, you know?
I'm good with that.
Proficient multi-attack allows you to make up multi-attacks at a -4 penalty instead of the -5. Very strong, very good. Requires a main combat skill at 3. Sure. That one's wrong. That is very strong. wrong thinking.
For that one, I definitely think we will all specify that you still can only do one attack, one set. So your other action has to be used for something other than an attack.
Yeah, it's still really fucking
It
strong,
is.
but it is 50 XP down the feet tree.
Not to mention, we could upgrade the skill cost to 5.
Yeah, that should probably be a mark of mastery.
Alright, so we'll make it 5 and put in that specification. That sound good?
When you may not attack any other attack actions turn when using feat, even if you have an additional action from amped or the like. Yeah, sure. Because that also means that you can't attack again as like a quick action. Can't take another offensive action.
Yeah. But it does mean that you'd be able to use strike.
Yeah. Combat venge. Oh no, jump targets. I skipped one. When you have an ability with additional targets as well as a range increment, you may have the effects bounce from one target to another target within range of the first target instead of being okay. So it's a chain lightning effect.
Exactly.
That's fine. Vengeance. When an ally suffers enough damage that they are reduced to half of their max health, you receive +2 power and +1 damage per attack for the rest of the scene. This is only triggered once per scene and does not trigger again from the same ally until after the next full rest.
That was a community suggested one. Actually, most of these were here.
Alright.
I'm not against it.
I feel like it should say when you or an ally. That way it's not completely dead if you're fighting by yourself. It's named Vengeance.
Fair.
So.
Fair. What do we want for prereqs on that? Because I'm not certain if we do want any or... Also, I think we should put in that the effect dissipates... Well, depending on what we have for prereqs on this, if we have no prereqs, we could have it as they do...
What, Gibbon?
I was just squeaking.
Okay. But yeah. If we have no prereqs, I would say that if the person that triggered it gets healed, even, temp HP kind of healing to above their half of their max HP, this effect dissipates.
Yeah, in that case, I feel like it should stay so long as you or an ally are below half. If even restorative healing or preventative healing will cause it to turn off.
Well, that also depends on if we are going to have any prerequisites for it.
Yeah.
Any
Because I was
ideas for
looking
that?
around for it. I'm looking around on it.
Okay.
And I don't really have, like, a specific prerequisite that I think would work. Because, like, I was thinking like, vengeance, so maybe forceful, but then again, vengeance can also be cunning or instinctive because, like, let's say you're being hurt or you're seeing someone else be hurt. It could be an instinctive thing to attempt. So it's like...
I do want to say that I do not intend to have any expertises for prereqs, except... Well, actually, no. We could have some interesting...
Yeah, well, we already have, like, teamwork as prereqs.
Teamwork was going to be the only one, but now that I'm thinking about it, I could see some really neat little rewards for getting particular expertises up.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll leave that open, but I don't know if I want to tie vengeance to one of those.
Yeah, because, like, I was trying to think about it, and it's like, I could see, like, half of the expertises, like, having a method of activating this, so then I was just like, well, it doesn't make sense to tie it to anything particular then. Because after all, there are many flavors of vengeance. Efficient parrying requires combat skill at 3. You may use a reaction when parrying in order to parry both the target's accuracy and power rolls. You must decide to use this before rolling against their accuracy, and it does still count as using your reaction if you manage to successfully make the attack miss. Alright, so with the reworked parry, which I'm going to reread right now. You choose either physical or special. Repair a parry to an attack coming in the variety you choose. You are able to use any form of attack available to you, so you can choose to parry with a weapon, move, or something similar. But its category must match the attack coming in. You cannot parry a physical move with a special move, but you can parry a physical move with a physical weapon. You must be able to see the source of the attack. You cannot parry an AoE attack unless it is centered on the space that you're in. When the attack is coming in, you can choose to reduce either the accuracy or power. You reduce the accuracy by rolling your own accuracy and reducing attacker's processing for power. This maneuver costs your reaction for the turn. Okay, so...
Okay, that's antiquated because this one is you can... Yeah, where it already costs a reaction, this one's kind of antiquated.
Yeah.
Do we want to... I mean, I guess we could just make it where you can parry without using your reaction.
Well, would it still then have the limit of you can still only parry one thing, it just doesn't use your reaction? Because then otherwise, it just suddenly becomes the best defensive thing ever, because if you don't have to use your reaction in order to parry it, so long as you just fucking ball out on every single attack coming in on you.
Well, it would be only the first parry. So the first parry, you do not have to use a reaction if you have this feat. And it would only be towards accuracy or power. How does that sound?
Okay, so... Let's see. Implications. And if you do, just to be clear, if you do have a method of obtaining additional reactions, you would be able to parry multiple times then.
Yes.
Alright. So, yeah, it makes it so the first parry of your turn does not make it so that way it consumes your reaction.
But the rest of them work as normal.
Yeah, do we...
Also, Pikesh, you forgot the bone-in part of that. He's not just Jello, he's bone-in Jello.
It still feels like a teensy bit overwhelming because effectively what I would do then. Well, okay, so are we still keeping the if you spend an additional reaction, you can roll against accuracy and power?
We can do that.
Yeah, so that way, if you want to roll against both of an attack, you need to. It either needs to be your first one and use your reaction, or you need to have some additional way of getting reactions. So, like, let's say you, for example, like have a method of getting like 4 reactions. You know, you could be like a parry god, but you're still using like a lot of reactions on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Use. I'm gonna put an additional reaction when parrying in order to parry both target's accuracy and power. Your first parry every turn does not cost a reaction. Is that good?
Yeah.
Alright. Reactionary initiative, initiative 2, you have extra reactions between each turn equal to your initiative score -1. So in initiative 5, you'd have a total of 5 reactions per turn, including the default one. This is worded slightly. I have an alternate wording that I'd like to use, so. You know what, I'll just leave it, because it is still technically correct. Reliable skill, relevant skill 1, turns one die of...
I do want to point out that these descriptions are temporary anyways. I will be expanding them a bit more. They're notes for
that's what I figured. Because that's why I was like, I have an additional wording that I want to use, like, you know, or replace one, and then I'm just like, well, it doesn't really fucking matter right now. It's technically correct, so moving on. Reliable skill, relevant skill 1, turns one die of the relevant skill check into a success. This is for non-combat use only. When purchasing, you must choose which skill this feat applies to. This feat may be purchased for each skill. It may be purchased up to 5 times. It requires the same number of dots in the skill you have purchased as you have purchased this feat. Okay, bad wording, but I understand what it's saying. So it converts one dice to a success.
Correct.
Do you choose which dice?
This is basically without rolling.
Okay, so you before rolling. So this would be one of the things that would get the the pre-construction.
Correct.
Or during construction or whatever. During dice pool construction, whatever fucking terminology I don't even remember right now. Okay. Scrounger, you may find and utilize an improvised item from your environment. This could be a sharp rock to be thrown as a weapon, a medicinal herb, or other useful item per your storyteller's discretion for the area. This is automatic knowledge of how the item can be used. This feat and the actual use of the item, whether to attack, consume, or otherwise, may be used as a part of a movement maneuver to obtain the item. Okay, so you can use it as you acquire it with the same action.
Correct.
The item should be better based on your survival skill. Okay, so you don't have to roll for it. It's just based on your skill. It increases the quality of the item.
Yes.
Okay, I'm fine with this. However, the one thing I am concerned about is every single scene someone with Scrounger saying, "Hey, I'd like to use Scrounger."
Yeah, this was one of the community suggested ones. It's like
we could say that any scrounged item does not last past the scene that it's in.
That works.
That way they don't think, oh, hey, I'm just going to collect shit every single scene and just have, like, a bunch of stuff on standby. It does not last past the scene that it is obtained in. And so that also means that if they don't think that they can use it, they won't ask because there's not really a reason to.
Maybe instead it's got to be used right away. So basically you grab it and use it immediately.
Let's say by the end of your next turn.
That works.
That way, like, if you grab a medicinal herb, you have your next turn to get to the person you want to use it on, and then use it.
That works for me.
That way, it also basically has the same timer on it as getting, like, a temporary stat change. It lasts until the end of your next turn.
That works great for me.
Alright. This item must be used before the end of your next turn once obtained. Does not last as just in case. Just in case.
Sounds good.
Alright, resilient defense allows you to ignore the first hit sum penalty of both evasion and integrity. What about in cases of like strike where it applies it twice?
I say that it'll still apply to strike. It's just the first instance, whatever it may cause. Yeah. So it'll apply to strike as well.
Alright. Defense refresh, you may use a reaction to restore your evasion or integrity from hit stun. Okay, so use a reaction to reset your evasion or integrity hit stun.
Yes. And it requires the resilient defense. This is for those really tanky characters.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Considering it'd be a 50 XP investment, if you're going for it, you're probably expecting to take most of the hits.
Yeah. And it does already have a once per turn limit. So you can't just, like, get, like, 5 reactions and then fucking sit
Correct.
there, you know? Alright. I'm fine with it. That's something we're gonna have to keep an eye on, though. Alright, your burden is mine. You may take on any amount of exhaustion or allies, transferring the exhaustion points to yourself. You may use this during combat with an additional 1 exhaustion, or outside of combat with no additional exhaustion. Yeah, that's fine. A little bit min-maxy potential, but that's fine.
And then the companion ones, which
we already covered.
Yeah. I'm thinking category on those would be teamwork, subcategory companion.
Yeah, that's fine. That way, in case we come up with any other category companions, ideas or shit, we can throw it under there.
Yeah. I mean, there's 5 of them here. I think that's enough to have a subcategory for them.
Yep. You know, you don't have to type it every time.
I know I could just click and meh.
Yeah, you could have just did that.
I'm aware. I just forget.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh, okay. Alright.
So then the other thing that we need to work on are movement feats. These would be the intrinsic ones that are only available at character creation, right along the lines of the phase one, which I'll probably just move down here just to have them all together. Delete that row. Because we were talking about, like, with flight and hover being very powerful, having additional bonuses for those that are going, like, climb or dig or swim. To kind of balance them against the power of just being able to fly anywhere.
Yep. Well, also, you gotta remember that there is also the fact that they only receive, like, ×3 instead of ×4 on, like, sprinting. So, like, when chasing, like, they'd have, like, a slower top speed.
Yeah.
Or in, like, a rush or something, you know.
But these are... I think the best way to go about these, first off, would be... I am thinking they just have a flat 20 movement for flight and hover, which can be upgraded with a feat later, which will not require growth or such. And that would...
I kinda don't like the idea, just for the reasoning that it puts them at... basically just because it puts those kinds of characters at moving slower and also moving slower again.
Well, right now, what I'm thinking is we toss out all of our current stuff for this stuff, for all of this, and figure out what we're going to do with the feats and how this is all going to work here. We may keep some of that, we may not.
Okay. Are we still going to let them choose a primary and secondary movement type?
What are your thoughts on that?
Well, just considering, like, character morphology. Like, for example, like, Vane, it's obvious, like, that his primary, like, he's supposed to be flying around because, you know, he has wings for arms. So it doesn't make too much sense if flying is a secondary when that's what he's supposed to do to get around in general. And it's the same for, like, a character that has a more fish-like morphology to have a better swim speed than they do a land speed.
Alright, so with each of these feats, we'll allow them to choose a primary and secondary movement, whether land or that special movement. The primary would get 30, the secondary would get 20.
Yeah, that's fine. Because that way, if the character is, like, the morphology of the character, the thought behind the character is that they are supposed to move in that special thing, then it does make sense if their primary is that. And then we can keep in special movement type sprint at ×3 instead of ×4 by default.
Sorry, repeat that last bit.
And then we can just keep in the special movement type sprinting at ×3 instead of ×4 by default.
I like that.
That way it gives them the choice. It lets them basically, choose if they want to make a special their primary at the cost of in a dead sprint in a hurry, they're just going to be slower if they don't invest in it further.
Yeah, sounds good to me. So we'll do this. Let's see, we've got flight, hover, climb, swim, and dig. Were there
Which
any
is called
others?
burrow, but yeah.
Burrow.
Yeah.
Was that it?
Yeah, we had in alphabetical order on the character sheet: burrow, climb, fly, hover, swim.
Okay. And then phase is movement, but a different kind of setup there.
Yeah, it is not a standard movement speed or anything. It's basically a special form of movement. So, like, technically speaking, you could be flying and phasing at the same time.
Yeah.
Or I guess for most ghost types, hover instead.
Yeah. So, flying. Hover. I should probably put these in alphabetical order. So, burrow, climb,
Fly, hover, swim.
Hover, swim. So, first things first with flying and hovering. Hovering is meant to be slower than flying, but it is more reliable and better control over it. Whereas flying, you're faster, but you got some maneuverability restrictions and such.
Yeah. That, and also for flying, in order to maintain it, you need to spend a quick action or a movement.
Yes.
Because another thing about hover is that you don't really have that much control over your altitude. You have some control, just not a ton.
Well, with hovering, I'm okay with them going as high as they want.
Oh, okay. That was the original thing, at least.
Yeah, they can go as high as they want. It's just not as fast as somebody that can fly. However, the advantage is they can just go straight up. Whereas flying, it's not quite as easy to just go straight up. Kind of gotta take off from the ground and stuff.
Yep.
So I'm thinking 35 movement for flying, considering the restrictions on it. 25 if secondary.
40, I was about to say, if you make it 40, then if they sprint, it's the same speed as characters on land sprinting. And I don't know how you feel about that. I just want to point out that that's the...
I want to stick closer to the 30.
Alright.
I'm thinking for hovering, it'll be maybe 25 if primary and 20 if secondary.
Sure, yeah.
Okay,
That
so...
seems pretty reasonable.
Oh, right. Because these are something that you can only get at character creation or growth stage.
Yep. So for intrinsic ones that say storyteller permission, it is already a thing in the rulebook where you need storyteller permission to grab an intrinsic feat.
We will adjust that.
Yeah. I'm not saying change that right now. I'm just letting you know.
Okay.
As just something to keep in mind when you're transferring this shit.
Speaking of, I should probably... Scar announcements. I just wanted to clarify in the Scar announcements that, while we didn't have much go live this dev period, I did actually do a lot of work on the feats during this last month.
Yeah. I was mostly focused on the whole, character sheet.
Yeah, we had the character sheet, and there was a couple of things that I updated on the actual document that went live, but I've been feeling really bad, and then I'm like, wait a sec. I did a lot of work on feats. They may not have gone live yet, but I did do a lot of work on this during the last month.
Yeah.
I want credit.
That's fair. Yeah. I mean, I'm also pretty fucking proud of like what I've done with like character sheet stuff over like the year plus. Hard to imagine that all that just started because I was like, hey, we needed a character sheet, and I just sat down for like a whole like 6 hours straight and figured out how to make one. Feels strange. I just wanted to throw in the thing about them being able to use a quick action to maintain it.
Ah, yeah, good.
Because that is a thing they can do.
Yes. There, how's that sound?
Alright. Primary, secondary. Hovering is slower than flying, but has much more numerability and only requires a quick action to maintain if 15 feet above. Yeah, that's fine.
"15 feet or more above the ground" for those rules lawyers out there that will be like, well, I'm at 20 feet, not 15 feet.
Yeah, I'm just okay. Look, I know that technically speaking, my character's hitbox is above this, but I'm actually hovering at 14 feet, 11 inches.
Oh God. There are so many things that I've had to put in here for rules lawyers and for metagamers, like with the danger sense, where I just outright am like, by the way, storytellers, if they try to abuse this, just start making them roll every time there's a rock in the way.
You could trip on that.
Exactly, they can trip on that. It's a danger.
Okay. You have played at least some Fire Emblem games, right?
Yes. I have played
Frederick
most of them. Yes, that was the one that came to mind.
Sir
Frederick is...
God, the fact that he legitimately spends all that time picking up pebbles on the road ahead and leaves them around in massive fucking sacks in the camp. Oh, Frederick.
Sir Frederick the Too Wary, I think is what his title should have been. Alright, so for the rest of these, burrow, climb, and swim, standard, primary is 30, secondary is 20.
Yeah. For all these, it's primary 30, secondary 20.
Alright. And again, they are very situational, so we want to give them something extra for that. But what do we want to give them?
I mean, do we really need to give them more?
I very much feel they do.
Okay.
Because they, burrow, climb, and swim are all very situational movements. Like, it's great to have them when they come up, but I mean, going through a normal campaign, how many times have you needed to swim? Compared to how many times would flight have been useful?
True.
Let alone
also,
climbing or burrowing especially has been... Yeah.
Well, yeah, but also, boy howdy, if you think I don't have so many ways to abuse those.
I am certain you do, but the average player...
Okay, yes, true. I am not exactly representative of the, I'm not exactly representative of the, you know, average player.
And
because I was already thinking about for, like, swimming, I'm like, yeah, but what if I choose water type and I just do my best to, like, make a wave and then swim through it as, like, a part of an attack in order to get closer under surprise, and then, you know...
Okay, but you can also do that with flying. You can also do that with flying, and in that situation, it's like, oh, you're in a situation where you can't, where you gotta get over a wall or something. Well, I just fly over. Swimming, you gotta summon one hell of a massive wave for that.
Hold on, I just want to double check one thing real quick.
I need to step away for a few minutes, everybody. I will be back as soon as possible. But if you guys can think about some additional benefits for burrow, climb, and swim while I'm away, I'd be very grateful.
Yeah. Also, I just real quick, I need to make sure. Did you take my dark vision? Did you just forget to put that in?
I might have just forgotten to put that in. I could have sworn I put it under one of the affinities.
Oh, because I was looking at like the shadow affinities.
Oh, right. I did take it away from shadow affinity, but that's because I was going to make it something that everybody could get.
Yeah, that's
not just shadow.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, you could get an affinity to.
Well, yeah, but I don't want 50 XP just to get dark vision.
That's fair.
And it would probably...
Dark vision is really useful.
It is. But I wanted more available than just shadow. But
yeah, that's fair.
I need to step away for a few minutes. I'll be back ASAP. Go ahead and put in the shadow for now, or the dark vision for now.
I think that fits pretty well given. What the fuck can actually even be put on these things? So, Chad, do any of you have any sort of ideas for these movements? Because I've been trying to think about it, and the only one that I could really think of is like Burrow getting like, you know, immunity to difficult terrain when using the movement type. That's about the only thing I can think of. Would be a good one for swim.
Okay, sorry about that, everybody. I am back.
Hey, welcome back. All right, so I have a pair of ideas. I have not come up with anything for swim. For Burrow, I was thinking immune to all difficult terrain when using this movement type.
I like that.
Which means that, like, let's say even if you have like, you're trying to get through like some sort of nature type like tangle of growth blocking your way, you just use Burrow and you can go through it, burrowing a hole, even if you're not going underground.
I like that idea.
Yeah, that way, you know, if you choose to use it, you're just immune to any and all difficult terrain. Climb. One thing I was thinking of is you can go up to your climb speed, like, you know, with climbing without interrupting a movement. So, like, if you had 20 feet of climb, you could climb 20 feet in, like let's say you had a land speed of 30 and a climb of 20. You could take, like, 5 feet towards the wall, go up the wall 20 without having to do anything. You just have that, and then you still have 5 feet at the end of it. That's just how vertical you can climb without even having to care about it.
Okay, run that one by me again, please.
All right. So instead of it basically being like a modal you choose one or the other, climb basically just acts as this is how much you can go without having to roll anything or care about, like, you know, the surface or whatever. So, like, if you had a primary movement of land, which is 30 feet, and a secondary of 20 feet of climb, you can climb 20 feet as a part of a movement and still have the 10 feet of land left over.
Okay, so, like, you could move 10 feet towards a wall and then just 20 feet straight up the wall.
Yeah, without having to take 2 movement actions. Now, if you don't have enough to get up in one go, you'd have to, like, you know, have a way of, like, sticking to it maybe, or, like, you know, you could only use your climb speed for that, but, you know. Yeah, probably just, like, you can only use your climb speed if you can't make it all the way up, but, you know. It basically means, like, in a situation where, like, let's say you just need to get, like, 10 feet up, you can just straight up do it as a part of your normal movement without having to worry about it. Which also means that if you had, like, a sprint, if you take a sprint and you had climb as your secondary, it would also get the ×3, so you could move 60 feet up a vertical surface without having to roll anything if you sprint.
Well, I will say climbing, if you've got a climb speed, that just innately means you don't have to roll anything for it.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, the bonus is that you don't have to take a different like movement maneuver in order to utilize it. Like the rest of these are more one or the other.
Yeah.
So this one can just be like at any point you can swap between the land and the climb, with both being taken up by either, but you know what I mean. So this also means that like if you sprint, you would times your climb speed by 3, and then that's how much vertical surface you could just go up. While also still having the rest of your normal sprint.
Okay. An alternative idea is maybe a refund of XP. Like, I know they're not spending XP on these, but we could just be like, hey, you get Burrow, you get 10 XP back. It's not as flavorful, but it could be more useful and allow them to build in an interesting way.
I mean, maybe, but also, like, I cannot think of anything good for that is useful outside of water.
Yeah.
So, if we're going to give any single one a discount for not being as useful, it's probably going to have to be swim.
I'm thinking maybe do that for all of them. Maybe I do really like the burrow through difficult terrain a lot, so we can have that just maybe a slightly a lower amount for what they get back, but.
So basically, if you choose a movement as one of your, like, starting intrinsics, you get 10 extra XP or whatever.
Yes, outside of flying and hover, those ones.
I was about to say those ones don't need a discount.
Yeah,
they are the objectively best movement. And I say this as someone who plays a flying character.
You don't just want players to care about money, you want them to worry about money. Like a normal person. You're not a Batman who's a billionaire as a side hobby. You're Spider-Man who has to deliver pizzas in between superhero work because he's got bills to pay like everyone else. So a whole lot of effort has been put into actually designing prices and treasure amounts around this dynamic. Oh boy. That is definitely, moves away from the fantasy.
There's definitely a paragraph that I've read and totally understand.
Alright. So, I'm thinking give the burrow that able to move through difficult terrain at normal speed.
Yeah, basically more difficult terrain.
And then maybe a 5 XP refund. And then 10 XP for the other two?
Yeah.
Alright. At least until we figure out something else.
Yeah, sure.
Alright. Then gives you 10 XP. Alright. The only other thing that I want to go over tonight is phase. Well, first off, per soldat, some materials may be more resistant, such as lead. We'll just put that in there. I don't like the idea of somebody losing out on an attribute dot just for this, because
Yeah,
that
was antiquated.
Yeah, but I do feel like there does need to be some sort of other limiting factor to it. So,
what about having to use a soul dice to initiate the movement?
Limits how often they can use it per day.
Well, per session, but yeah.
Oh, I was thinking...
Oh, you mean a point of soul, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of like willpower and vigor work.
Yeah, I'm fine with... Yeah. So it would limit the amount, and if you have to go through, like, a long or specifically tough area, you might have to spend multiple points.
My only concern is that it does feel like it could be too limiting on how often they could use it. That is my only concern with that.
Well, if you're using this, you're probably going to have a fair amount of soul anyway, right?
Maybe?
What if we make the first, like, the first part free and any additional, like, distance you have to start spending soul? That way, if it's, like, a thin, like, if it's a fucking, like, piece of drywall, you can just go through it. You don't really gotta care. But if it's like, oh, hey, this is, like, a metal, this is, like, a 3-foot thick, like, compound wall that I'm trying to go through, that's a lot harder.
True. We could definitely do that.
Yeah, that way, like, basically, like, thin or easy materials are basically, like, you could just go through that, like, there's, without having to spend it. Like, there's, like, for example, for Jet, like, there's going to be a difference between if he goes through, like, a wooden wall and if he tries going through ruined brick.
Yeah.
Obviously, he could just kind of, like, poke his head through, like, wood and that kind of stuff, like, without it being a problem. For ruined brick, though, you could do it. You could totally do it.
I'm thinking for the sake of consistency with the system, we make it cost vigor or willpower points. It doesn't fit as well, but the consistency with other mechanics, I think, would make it better for people to understand.
Alright. Will this incur exhaustion?
I'm going to say no. But
especially note that.
Yeah. We'll put in outside of special mechanics. There, how's that sound?
Alright. Unless it faces solid up to 1 foot per soul dot, some materials may be more resistant, such as lead. To move through thicker, more difficult materials may require vigor or willpower points to be spent for the movement. These points do not incur exhaustion, though there may be materials that are particularly resilient that would cause exhaustion. You may push your head or other such through the wall for free to determine how much it would cost to move all the way through. Yeah, that's good enough. We're probably gonna have to, you know, reword that. Well, definitely gonna have to reword that, but you know.
Lightpaw? Please don't do that. Not so close to Sunday. Do that on Monday. Good night, Ido.
I think Timber's, like, heart would explode if we had to miss this Sunday.
Yeah. The money comment was from someone reviewing the TactiQuest system. I have not heard of that system. I'm really hoping that Scar takes off. I don't care if I get big or famous or make lots of money off it. I just want all this work to be used outside of, you know, ZGF.
Well, I mean, you already know it kind of is.
Well, yes, but you know what I mean. Outside of things being run by or participated in by the devs of the system.
It makes you feel better when we get it into a better state. Some of my coworkers want to read it.
Oh, cool.
I've decided that in its current state, though, maybe just like wait a couple months. Considering the amount of things we have in like side documents that like we've moved over, but like need rewording or revamping or whatever.
There are definitely a lot of things that... Part of why I've been struggling to work on this is it's like, you know, we have a lot of the mechanics done. Or just need, or only need to be reworded or something. Otherwise, it's like, we just have so much already done. We're running out of stuff to work on aside from, like, side stuff like the magic system or the martial arts or such.
Yeah. Damn, it's almost like I've been putting in a lot of work.
You're not the...
Well, yeah, but you got, like, I'm the math guy, so, like, I end up having to check everything anyway.
Yeah.
Like, I hope you realize the pure amount of iterations that we've gone through that I've done extensive math work on. Because every time we change shit, I go through and see if stuff is broken.
Yeah. Interesting, Toshime.
Yeah. Alright. One thing that I wanted to ask about. Let me go ahead and...
I am running out of energy for this, so yeah, let's go ahead and...
Yeah. It was one thing that I wanted to double check on. I just need to remember what it was. Because there was one that I needed to double check something, and then now that we've gone through all this, I have now forgotten.
Was it the condition moves with multi-attacks and such? Because that is one thing that we needed to figure out.
Okay, so with that one, remember how a while ago we half merged condition application to be like kind of accuracy, kind of power? So that way it would still benefit from getting like extra accuracy dice, and you could purchase additional accuracy for like application. We did this like forever ago. This means that since basically it was in order to make it so that way like increased accuracy stat changes would also increase the amount of dice you roll to apply a condition.
So against their resistance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which also means that it works in multi-attacks. It's just that the roll that you make to apply it to their try and bypass their soul save suffers from the multi-attack penalty. Because multi-attack is for attack actions and things of that nature where it's like an offensive action. So, like, it's similar to things with multi-attack. Like, let's say to end off a multi-attack, you cannot use a self-buff move unless it also is an actual offensive action.
But you can start with one.
Everything inside of a multi-attack must be an offensive action.
Okay.
So, however, outside of it, let's say you have, like, a quick action buff move that you want to use, you could totally use that first and then do your multi-attack. You could totally use an amp stack in order to give yourself, like, you know, a bunch of buffs and then do a full multi-attack. It's just that everything that is used inside of multi-attack must be an offensive action because it's using the attack.
Alright. Let's take a look at multi-attack and see what I've written in here for this.
Yep. Requiring 2 standard actions, you may take the multi-attack maneuver, which allows you to make multiple attacks in one turn with your moves or other varieties of attacks that are available to you. Each additional attack is made at a building -5 dot penalty to accuracy, although power is unaffected. You are unable to use the same move twice in a multi-attack unless the move has a Fury move trait, though in that case you may only use Fury moves. Multi-attacks, unlike most other situations, are not guaranteed a chance die, so if you have 0 dice after the penalty to accuracy, you're unable to continue the multi-attack. Another important note is that this penalty is based on your natural accuracy, not any accuracy traits you have on the move. However, stat changes or equipment bonuses to accuracy do add towards your ability to multi-attack more. You are able to add your accuracy trait from the move onto the final accuracy check, but you must have the dice left before them to continue the multi-attack. To explain with a small example, if you have 11 dice for accuracy, you must first roll as part of a multi-attack. Your first roll as part of a multi-attack would be made with 11 dice, then the second would be made with 6 dice, and then the last that is possible would be at 1 dice. You may target multiple enemies with different attacks as part of a multi-attack. You are not limited to every ability targeting a single foe.
Alright, so in here, we'll go ahead. New paragraph. Every part of a multi-attack must be an offensive action. So when taking a multi-attack, you cannot use a self-buffing move Actually, I guess that would probably be it. So when taking a multi-attack, you cannot use a self-buffing move.
Unless the self-buff has damage on it. Like, let's say
Unless it
it's an
also
attack where...
includes
Yeah.
some
like,
form of offensive action. Such as damage or condition application.
So, like, for example, you could also have a move where it's like, I debuff the opponent by 1 stat change and I gain 1 stat change. You could use that on a multi-attack. It's just, you know, it has to involve an offensive action. That is the restriction that we sort of decided on and then apparently never wrote down properly.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Attacks are offensive actions that can only be used once per turn. They are all standard actions. Some varieties of attacks include a physical or special move, martial arts, or a weapon. So up in attacks, we had attacks are offensive actions. And since multi-attacks, like, referenced the attack action, it made it clear that it needed to be an offensive action.
Yeah.
Yeah, Light Ball, yeah, so it's like you could use Leer as a part of a multi-attack because it's an offensive action. But you couldn't use something like, you know, Swords Dance.
Oh, right. We should also probably put in here about what we decided for things with guaranteed accuracy. They were just going to be set to 0, right?
Set to 0, yep.
Okay.
What was the thing that I wanted to talk about? Because it was important. Don't remember. Oh, I remembered it. Oh, yeah. Nice. I had a fucking brain blast. Let's go.
Okay, real quick. In the case of attacks that have a guaranteed accuracy check, they may be used as part of a multi-attack, but their individual accuracy check is equal to 0, so only your natural accuracy applies.
Yes.
Alright. What is the thing?
Alright, so we were trying to figure out what the thing was going to be for being prone. Like, the effects of it. So, I was thinking that prone, if your prone attacks incoming on you, would have +1 difficulty if they're ranged and -1 difficulty if they are melee. So if you get, like, tripped in melee combat, and they have, like, a stab melee attack, you know, now it's -2 difficulty on accuracy. But if you willingly go prone against, like, a ranged attacker, it's +1 difficulty for them to hit you.
We were gonna call that... Oh, topple. Okay, that's chance of falling
Topple
prone,
was,
yeah.
was the thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Because then there was toppled, which was a thing, and then there was trip as a part of tactical.
Yeah.
So, being prone was going. That is what I thought the thing should be.
So we'll be adding a section under the conditions called tactical conditions.
Tactical conditions, or
well,
like tactical conditions. I was saying it's under the tactical move traits as trip.
Well, yes, but we go into more detail about what prone means under... Because a lot of the scene conditions are ones that you typically need to roll to resist and get over it. Same with the persistent conditions. But tactical conditions will be ones that, like, you've been knocked prone. Okay, you just stand up. That's why I'm separating them from the scene and persistent conditions.
Makes sense.
And I was thinking, again, calling them tactical conditions.
Alright. But yeah, no, that was the thing that I wanted to bring up. Because you mentioned, this was like a while ago, that we needed to figure out what being prone actually does, and that's what I think prone should do.
Alright, so run it by me one more time.
Alright. If you are prone, attacks that are melee like, you know, attacks that target you that are melee receive -1 difficulty on accuracy. Attacks that are targeting a prone individual that are ranged have +1 accuracy difficulty.
I like it.
Oh god, I just thought about something.
Go ahead.
I don't know how we didn't think about this. We're gonna need to fucking have a cover system.
No, I thought about it. And then promptly was like, nope, and moved on.
So this is also supposed to be used for any time period, which means futuristic as well. Cover systems matter in systems with guns.
I know! That doesn't mean that I...
Look, okay, the thing about cover is we could do something crazy and ridiculous, or we could just have it impose extra difficulty on accuracy checks to hit the target. Based on how much cover it is.
Yeah.
We don't have to go crazy on it. We just need to make one. Just make it so that way, like, being in light cover gives +1 difficulty on accuracy checks against you. Being in heavy cover is +2. And if you're in full cover, you're not visible. So, like, how the fuck are they going to target you?
Alright, sounds good. And we'll put that under... I feel like we can just put that under tactical conditions.
Yeah, sure. Whatever. It's like, you know, we do not have to make it crazy or anything.
Yeah.
But, like, you know, we need to have something there for it. Powering behind the tank gives light cover. Lamau.
Do we want to apply it to both ranged and melee? I mean, you are behind an object with melee, so it still would be somewhat difficult.
Yeah, go ahead and apply it to all attacks.
Yeah.
Besides, if like, you'd have to be in a situation in which case you have cover against a melee attack. That implies that they're, like, trying to stab you from, like, behind a barrier. That's hard.
Yeah, exactly.
If they're on the, like, you know, if you're, like, let's say you're, like, behind, like, a concrete barricade. If they just walk onto the other side of the barricade with you, you're not in cover anymore. So, like, brr. So, you know, who the fuck cares?
And that actually gives me an idea for a feat. Tanks can count, you know, a tank can literally take a feat so they count as cover.
Yep, that's what that's what I was like. Being behind the tank, cowering behind them counts as cover. I was only half kidding about that. Well, I wasn't kidding about the effect. I was more just saying it in a funny way.
Yeah.
You know, that means in Last Hope, everyone can just, like, you know, stack up behind shade. Let the guy who doesn't care about getting stabbed get stabbed.
Alright, so added cover. Then I'll add to the... It'll be a combat... No, it'll be teamwork. Subcategory combat. Yeah, I'm good with category teamwork for this.
Yeah, that's fine.
I will be your shield. Any particular prereq for it, or... I don't think so.
No.
Yeah.
I honestly, I feel like if you want to take a feat to count as light cover, or just count as cover, like, there doesn't really need to be a prereq for that. Considering you cannot give cover to yourself, so... Yes, this feels like it is an important addition that I legitimately just completely fucking forgot about.
Yeah. Alright,
Like,
you are
yeah,
able to provide light cover to your allies behind you. If the attack fails to hit the ally behind you, the attacker may roll their accuracy against you instead. Considering you are their cover.
Yep.
Though I guess we probably should come up with rules for breaking cover.
Oh, that'll just be with the item thing. Because that's already in the to-do list.
Yeah, we need to come up with the
Objects
item
or
health.
items. Like, you know, it's fine. We don't need that right now. The cover system, more than enough. Also, we have just very much so inflated what needs to go into the patch notes, so have fun with that.
Well, not for this update, at least. I got a month.
Oh, that means that we have a month more. I have 1 month more to lengthen the patch notes you have to write. Ooh, boy.
Yes. I'm also adding tactical condition flanked. Because while 5e got rid of flanking, I like flanking.
Nah, flanking's fun. Look, if you successfully are surrounding an opponent, like...
Though, I definitely think we're going to keep it simpler than what Pathfinder has.
Oh yeah, no, we're not.
Because I have looked at Pathfinder's rules for flanking, and it's like... What?
Oh yeah, no, you're drawing lines there, baby.
We're just going to go... Are you directly across from your ally? Yes? Great, you're flanking them. Simple. Easy. To the point. And I think -1 difficulty on accuracy.
Yep. Hey, good thing we're already making it a thing that you cannot go above or below +2 outside of extenuating circumstances.
Oh yeah, we should probably put that in the general rules. Or combat.
Probably.
General rules, yeah.
Probably, but that's not exactly the most important right now.
Yeah, but if we don't do it now, we're gonna forget
Put it
later.
in the to-do list.
I mean, I can just write up the section real quick.
Oh, yeah, sure, whatever. Toshime, it's still flanking, and only the people who are actively flanking get the bonus. If me and Zim are on opposite sides of a woolly mammoth and we're both stabbing it, then yeah, sure, we should probably get like some amount of flanking bonus for it. Also, not gonna lie, it's fucking hard, like, dealing with attacks from two sides. Like, that shit sucks. I've done that. It's awful. Oh yeah, also, random reminder that I do Buhurt, which involves suiting up in actual armor and taking actual weapons and going and fighting people. I totally don't get occasionally injured doing that. Nope, not at all.
Alright, when your ally is directly across from an enemy from you, they suffer the... Okay, when your ally is directly across from an enemy from you, the enemy suffers the flanked condition. This grants those causing the flanked condition -1 difficulty on accuracy checks. Oh, right. We should probably put in within melee. There. Sound good?
Yep.
Short, sweet, to the point. Conga lining flank tactics? Sure!
Dun 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 dun.
Alright, auxiliary combat rules. I think later I am going to just rearrange all of these into alphabetical order just for the sake of having...
Okay, so I'm about to say, you know our formatting on that document is shit right now.
I have been doing my best to make it as good as possible, but there's definitely ways it could be.
It's still a whip document, so that automatically means it's shit. It can be better or worse shit, but it's still shit.
It's at least gold-plated shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got Febreze sprayed on it. A few extra spritzes. By the way, in case anyone is curious about what sport that I and a bunch of totally other completely sane people play, look in media sharing on Zim's server.
Oh, the Buhurt again?
Yeah. It is a totally normal, insane sport, I swear.
I'm waiting for them to bring that to the Olympics. Bring back the gladiatorial matches. Alright, so I'm not sure on the name for this category or section. I put in difficulty change maximums. I'm open to suggestions, but the category is there is a maximum change outside of extenuating circumstances of +2 or -2 to difficulty on any roll. This means that even though you are flanking an opponent, have stab, and the target is prone, you would still only receive a -2 to difficulty on your accuracy check against the target.
Okay, so important question that I know you're going to like face desk over because it's late and we've been doing this for a while, but why are we putting that in combat instead of with the rules on difficulty?
That is a very good point.
If it helps, difficulty rules are in like chapter 1.
Yeah, I know there they are. I'll probably make them one of those boxes instead. So I'll just paste that there. And then copy one of the boxes. We'll do one of these ones because it's an important rule instead of a note.
Yeah, honestly, it's gonna feel so nice when we're able to like do a full read through, concatenate stuff, put in page numbers, you know.
I mean, there's already page numbers. Oh, you mean referencing? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, page number references. That's gonna feel nice. Oh, hey, I forgot to eat.
Taldarius.
Bad. I only just realized.
Bad.
But I only just noticed. It's not my fault that at 1 a.m. I just realized I haven't eaten in 12 hours. Look, Merle, I didn't get to roleplay Shay today. This is just me method acting. Totally just method acting and not me real life not realizing I wasn't hungry for like 12 hours. Fine, I'll go eat something in a second.
There, put that in. Ba-boom.
Ba-boom-ba. There's a maximum change outside of extenuating circumstances of +2 or -2 to difficulty on any roll. This means that even though you're flanking an opponent, have stab, and the target is prone, you would still only receive -2 to difficulty on your accuracy check against the target. Yep, sounds good.
Alright, we're done. You go get food.
Or, and hear me out here, start thinking about more character stuff.
Food. I can still remove you from the new campaign.
True. That is very true. But do you think at this point that would stop me from making a character that's partway complete?
Damn it. Just go get food.
Alright, fine. Bye-bye.
Thanks for your help.
Yeah, not a problem.
Feels really good to have done one of these again. It has been way too long. So yeah, thank you everybody for joining us today for this DevTales and Art Marten stream. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They are on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and your support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by sharing the stream around, as well as coming by, hanging out, grabbing packs of cards to stream loots, using our Humble Bundle partner link, or by subscribing to us on YouTube. And of course, don't forget to also make sure you check out that Patreon. We've got a lot of new stuff going on over there. Good stuff to check out. But for now, thank you so much for joining, and I bid you all the most fondest adieu.